That's very weird. No, I think the only thing I can figure is I accidentally somehow I touched kill stream. Yeah, because it never stopped streaming. That was really weird. Anyway, I'm trying to see if I can tap my phone. Take it personally. Paying at the pump. Follow the instructions or the card reader. Receipt. Select a prompt. I'm taking more time here because I want to see if I can do this without a card. I don't think you can. I've always wanted to be able to do this. It looks like they don't have tap. They'd have to retool all of the gas stations, and that is not happening. So I got my card right here. I just thought maybe I'd look, because I asked at IHOP and they're like, yeah, you can tap. And I'm like, what? There's like so many places you can pay with your phone that I didn't even know about. I'm putting this whole trip on my Sky Miles Amex account because I want to be able to go places. Remove nozzle. No. Unleaded, no ethanol. Whoops. I pulled the wrong thing. Alright, how much is it going to carry to the fill? First things first. My lens is dirty. It has chips on it and stuff. I have a new one, but I didn't bring it. Those are just chips in the screen. I can't control those. Right there. Already full. $40. Oh, okay. Oof. So much stuff I threw in here at the last minute. Namely, the Starlink. You know what? The Starlink is so light without a battery. It's insane. My tunes. Gotta have tunes. What else? One thing's for sure, I'm gonna have lots to do while on this trip. On it and after it. Time is a little tight today, but whoopsie. Let's see what else I got in here. There is what I was looking for. Yep. my charger. Please be long enough. Please be long enough. Please be long enough. Alright, gas is done, but I should probably not do this in front of the gas. It might ignite the fumes. $63.70. But I don't have to rent a hotel for 100. Actually, hotels in Moab during the heat wave like this, they're going to be $200 minimum. Absolutely, it's going to be a bloodbath. All right, bear with me while I set up charging of the Starlink. So, first things first. Plug the U in. This has got to be plugged in. I wish this could plug into the front. I really do. That would be so much more convenient. Let's see. DC input. Here we go. That doesn't feel like it's attaching properly. No, it is. Okay, DC input is in. DC input is in. The cable is not being stressed. We're routing the cable. Routing. Okay. Closing. All right, so I'm plugging in. So there's Starlink. There we go. Oh my God, it fits so much better. The Starlink fits so much better. You can actually see it, right? Okay, so that's so much better. God, I'm not gonna get decapitated by it. I wonder how much power out that is. No, probably not enough. All right, so I'm still gonna have to route a cable. Yep. Yeah, so we're gonna have to burn through regular batteries to do this, unfortunately. That is just the only thing we can do. All right, let's actually pull forward so the Starlink will initialize. So the Starlink is on the dashboard, and I have gas. Gas pump is not attached. That would suck. We're gonna go up here into this very odd shade because of the sunrise. And now we're gonna activate the Starlink and get it going. And power that up. Okay, so I turned on the Starlink, which in this case amounts to plugging it into the USB camera. I mean, to the USB battery. And this battery can actually live on the dashboard with the Starlink. Actually, no, that would make it too hot, so let's not do that. Let's bring it down here. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and put the Starlink battery in here in the glove compartment. Okay, that fits nicely. Very good. Very good. It's not dangling in the way or anything. I've been wanting to set this up for a while, so this is nice. Okay, now we're going to turn the jackery on. So to do this, I just have to plug in the lighter. Alright, so the lighter is plugged in. I have to remember to not leave this plugged in or it'll vampire drain my car battery. But other than that, should be good. Okay, so the car is on. The jackery should be charging. The only indicator that the Starlink is on when you do this is the little glowing green dot or blue dot, and the blue dot is currently oscillating, which means it's orienting and everything. We're going to wait for the jackery to come fully online, and I have the phone to help me with that. So I'm going to go pull up on my phone. I'm going to pull up the Starlink app. Starlink app is on. This will tell me when the Starlink gets up, but I can also just look at the blue. I'm pretty sure that when it stops oscillating, that means it's connected. Select Starlink unreachable, connect to Wi-Fi. Oh wait, what? Yeah, you gotta have Wi-Fi turned on. I turned that off for some reason. Yep, there we go. Connected to RWX ROB 2.4 gigahertz. Wait, what? That's not the mini. That's the. It's connected to my hotspot. We want it to connect to the mini. And okay, so it's connected to the mini now. And Starlink mini, and then we're gonna go check it out. Okay, the blue light is still oscillating. So it says 2 devices connected, calculating orientation. Starlink Mini 5, 2 devices are connected. I probably should have connected to Mini 5. My S24, the 2.4 gigahertz and bell box is connected to 2.4 gigahertz. Okay, so it shows both of the devices connected to the Starlink router, mini router. That was fast, actually. I mean, to bring up the router was fast, you know. It always takes a while for the orientation to finish. Like just to spot the satellites in the sky and everything. That always takes a while. So, and it's better to do that when you can do that driving, but it goes way faster if you're still. I've noticed this. I've noticed if the Starlink is absolutely still when it's orienting, that it will orient. She's nice. Goodbye, couple. No, I only need one. I came all this way just for this, right here. I won't lie, I like Huey Lewis. I have a bladder. I'm super hungry. I already looked through the whole cell. I don't need anything. I already looked through everything. Ooh, handlebars. Lightning blaster, not toxic. Raise your spout. Gen 3, It's July 4th. You know how rarely I get chips? Ask anybody who watches the stream. You guys have an ad. Twitch has an ad right now. I don't control the YouTube ads at all. I don't even know when they happen. But yeah. Whoa! Holy cow, that was cool. You would not want to see those inbound. Can you imagine seeing those things coming at you? Dog, when it tries to come at you, it's like a big deal. It's like ah! Ah! Like that. I wish you could have seen him. He was like a foot from the back of my foot. He was just learn VI. Learn VS Code is fun for web development and teaching your kids. And then learn VI when you want to grow up and be a real developer. Well, that's weird. It put 3 measurements for me in Sunday. 3:04, 3:16, and 3:08, 3:05 a.m. That's really weird. Oh, no. No, one's 3:16 p.m. and one's 3:05 a.m. So, oh, I don't have any MSs, QQ. You kidding me? No, I'm 20 kilos overweight. No, they're not there. I'm getting there. My man boobs are absolutely disgusting. But whatever. Look, if you have man boobs, I'm not judging you. I'm judging my man boobs. What's that noise? Is that an ice cream man? Is that the ice cream man? Is that the ice cream man? The ice cream man, come back! Hey, did you guys know that the word of wisdom from the Mormons was made specifically to keep Emma Smith from having to clean chaws out of the spittoon, because all the prophets were like spitting chaw. They were spitting chaw on the floor, and Joseph Smith received a revelation from God that said, stop fucking spitting chaw on the ground and put it in the spittoon, because Emma Smith is having to clean it up. God damn it. This segment brought to you by Arby's. Download the app today and get your free sandwich. Hurry. Offer end soon. How was that? Was that good? Arby's. I need my sandwich. I need my sandwich in my hand. When you want to recommend it to me, Discord or whatever, I definitely want to add that to my car. So right now, in case anybody... What the hell? That scared the shit out of me. That totally scared the shit out of me, because it was like perfectly stereo in my earphones. They played the FBI open up sticker, and it has perfect like ambient sound. Scared the shit out of me. Oh my god, that totally scared me. That's a Connecticut, Maine, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Rhode Island, Vermont. That's New England? So New York is not in New England? Oh, did not know that. The dog is totally chill. Did you see the dog? Because he's an idiot.
He's just a right-clicking idiot, but it works. Come on. Dude.
My Bella box is glitching. That's not good. Alright, if that happens again, I think I know why it is happening. I thought, okay, so there's actually a number of things that could be good and bad about this. The first good thing is that it's possible that I can power both things from the same battery again. Because I thought it was because it was not the same battery that the problem was happening. And we just had that same glitch, the Bella box just glitched off. And so that clearly was not related to the battery at all. So that rules that out completely. That's actually really good news because I wanted to be able to run two things off one battery. This points more to a cable issue with the Bella box. The Bella box having a cable vibration glitch, which should have probably been the first thing I checked. I hope it happens again. We only have 7% battery on the Bella box, so we're going to be burnt. I am going to get billed for this. Fuck. This thing.
Now that's true.
Why is it struggling? It should not be struggling. Oh, that's because I turned. That last one was because I turned. I think that other one was because I turned as well. Although no, it wasn't because the camera went off. That meant that the Bella box lost power. I know you guys are like sick of hearing all my analysis, but also the POV wide angle has some significant disadvantages. One of them is that I can't prevent you from seeing reflections. So.
And would it be possible for you to help me buy a woman's thong? I don't know.
Another clip. Clips again. And then it came back again. What's going on? Why is it going to clips and then coming back? That's just really weird. Ah. Here, this is this building that we were trying to figure out coming up. It's a temple. This is a Mormon temple. It's the Taylorsville Mormon Temple. And we were trying to figure out what it was when I biked past that. I biked past it twice now. And I was like, what the heck is this thing? It looks like a Mormon church. It's one of these micro temples. That's the smallest size temple the Mormons have ever made. They usually make a big deal about making these big grandiose temples, right? But this temple is really tiny in comparison. Super pretty though. At first I thought it wasn't Mormon because it doesn't have Moroni on the top of it. It's like, it's one of the new modern Mormon temples. I feel like the Mormons have changed a lot. They've kind of like adapted to modern times in many ways, and one of the ways is
MickTWTCH1 says
take the temple.
Start.
Yep, early start. Yep. Hey, Michael K. Yeah, I had Denny's already. We were just past the Taylorsville Temple. I don't know if you heard, but I was like trying to figure out what the hell that thing is. I could not figure it out. I was like, what is this thing? It doesn't have any of the same qualities of a Mormon temple that I'm familiar with. It doesn't have the Masonic symbols on the outside of it. It doesn't have Mount Moroni on top of it, proclaiming. I never thought I would see a day where there would be temples without Moroni on them. And I mean, the Hawaiian temple didn't have one. I remember that was from my era in the 70s and 80s, but there have been different. God, look at this view of the Wasatch, guys. We're like turning toward the Wasatch Range. Isn't this gorgeous? Absolutely beautiful. So sorry, I'm adjusting my glare exposure here. So yeah, so yeah, the temple thing that always concerned, but I do. Navigate to St. George, Utah.
In a quarter mile, use the right 2 lanes to take exit 12 for I-15 south toward Las Vegas.
I thought so, but just want to be sure.
Use the right 2 lanes to take exit 12, then you'll use any lane to take the I-15 south ramp to Las Vegas. Use any lane to take the I-15 south ramp.
Whoa.
Continue for 3/4 of a mile.
Okay, this turn is much different with a fully loaded storage rack. Yeah. That little banking turn right there, the dynamics of the car are totally different
use
now.
the right 2 lanes to take the I-15 south ramp to Las Vegas.
I've pretty much got the limit of what I can put on the top of the car.
Big TWTCH1 says, temples are always placed in places with a beautiful view.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. They put them with a beautiful view. That's for sure. It seems like they've kept that for sure.
Use the right 2 lanes to take the I-15 south ramp. Continue for 1 mile.
So, a couple of things there. The load limit on the top of my car is 140 pounds. I looked it up, I'm pretty sure. And that includes any rack equipment. So, if you get a heavy duty rack, you got to make sure it's up there. One of the reasons I had an awning that had a kind of a broken leg on it, and I thought about repairing the leg and everything. And then I was like, no, I need the weight. So I took the awning off, and my gosh, was it heavy. I think probably it was
In 600 feet, merge onto I-15 south.
I think it was probably burning like 1/3.
Continue on I-15 south for 289 miles.
289 miles. Just stay on this highway for 289 miles. All right, well, I'm gonna turn my navigator off. Mostly because I want to turn my GPS off. This stuff burns battery bad. The point I was making is that the load limit. So I got rid of about 1/3 of the weight by getting rid of the awning. And I mean, some people might not know this, but the amount of weight that you can carry on your roof is not the same as the amount that's safe to have on your roof. So like people will put overlanding stuff on the top, they'll put tents and everything up there, and they'll like completely blow away the max weight limit on the top of their car or their truck or something, and it makes the whole vehicle act differently. And you get people who get swerve outs, they overcorrect and they can crash or roll over and stuff. Particularly if you're driving something like a Jeep or whatever, because they have really weird cornering ability, and if you overly make them too top heavy, one of the best things about the Subaru is because it's got a lower differential, it can actually go through stuff that 4x4s can't go through, that other trucks and stuff with higher clearance, they can't do it, because it has a lower differential. And it's also lighter, which means it can go through mud better. It can go and it's also, that's why skiers swear by Subarus, because they're having to deal with differential issues all the time with snow. So, and also they can get to their skis on the roof really easy. But that also means that my weight of the roof is gonna drive differently than it would if I put it on a Jeep or something. So, I mean, there's a real solid reason that Subaru owns the SUV market in terms of outdoor adventure. The more like actual people who are regular, like all the time live outdoors. I'm not talking about the weekend warriors who tow an ATV behind their rig. I'm talking about people who are actually outdoors doing things and need to take gear to do stuff, but they're not towing. I think they almost always pick Subarus. It's like insane. And that Logan is like every second car is a Subaru, I swear. And there's a reason for it. It's, anyway. So I'm just kind of getting opinionated about Subarus. But I was like looking about the roof rack, and I wanted to really not go over my weight limit, and it's really hard to know that without like weighing. I've actually wondered if I could go one of these days.
Good mom, morning party popper.
Hey, good POV morning. How you doing, your mom? Lol. So we're gonna be on this highway for 289 miles, another 3.5 hours. And I still feel like that's gonna cramp my time a little bit, because I'm gonna get in during the heat, and then I'm gonna need to find a place to boondock, though I'm not gonna die, that's also got power. I need to find a place to boondock, which apparently is like all kinds of places in southern Utah you can boondock, especially St. George. If I have to, I'll go find an RV park, but RV parks right now are kind of out of control. I'll probably just boondock at a gas station, or I've been told that I can boondock at the hotel because I'm involved with the events, which is really cool, because the hotel that we're going to in St. George, where they're going to start the bike ride from the hotel. They're literally going to start biking from the hotel, and they're not going to put the bikes on any kind of well, what's that? Some kind of, oh, it's a water park. Yeah, so yeah, we're gonna be able to sleep in the parking lot of the hotel overnight, and I'll be able to use the facilities of the hotel overnight. You know why? Because the hotel is already on board with Western Spirit, like coordinated with them, and there's got to be at least one other person who's not going to pay $150 for a hotel. I have no desire to. I can't. Okay, so this is really weird. I actually prefer my bed over anything else in my Subaru. I know you guys don't think that that's possible, but I just wish you could feel how comfy the bed in my Subaru is. And at the end of the day, you want to have what you're used to, right? I mean, you go on trips, you sleep on the ground, that's a different thing. But like when you're home, you want to have a consistent bed experience. You want to know what your bed's like. You want to get the right pillow and everything. So last night, I used this big, really super pillowy, cushy down mountain hardware sleeping bag, which I discovered I'm going to need on the tour, because I need something that can take me down to freezing temperatures. And it was absolutely wonderful. Oh my God, it was just so luxurious. I didn't even want to wake up. I wake up, I looked out the window, and there was like the sun coming up, and I just popped over into the driver's seat and went to Denny's. Didn't even have to leave the car. It was so cool. And people are like, do you really like sleeping in your car? I'm like, absolutely. I like it so much that I have an apartment with a couch in it, and I would rather sleep in my car than in that apartment. I really hope other people can experience this at some point. It's just so amazing. There's the ability to just be comfortable anytime, anywhere that I can take the car. It's just really great. I'm talking a lot, but we're at Point of the Mountain. Did you see they ripped down the prison and they made an entirely new development there? There's a brand new real estate development called The Point, and they put it where Point of the Mountain prison used to be, which used to be right here. A lot of polygamists got put in that prison, by the way. A lot of general authorities from the Mormon Church and polygamous men got put in jail, got put in prison because of polygamy. They said, nope, we're not going to stop. It was ordered by the feds not to practice polygamy anymore, and all these families already had families, and they're like, well, what do we do? It was a really trying time.
128 says, wow.
Hey, Bellum, good morning. Yeah, there are a lot of people. In fact, Mitt Romney, the reason Mitt Romney ancestors grew up in Mexico is because they fled the United States so they could stay married. That's true. Go look it up.
Bellum 128 says, good morning.
Mitt Romney's ancestors were polygamists. And Romney's, by the way, is a huge name in the church, in the Mormon church. It's a huge, huge name. Everybody, there's been several general authorities with the last name Romney. And Mitt Romney's, I think it was his great-great-grandfather, fled Utah to Mexico with a bunch of other prominent Mormons so that they could continue to have a family and live out their life in peace as polygamists. There were a bunch of other polygamists who refused and stayed in the States and got thrown in prison, which left all of these wives and children to fend for themselves because they had and the church had to take care of them because they're like, who's going to feed them? There was a major, major crisis in the church. It was a major crisis. And it's probably the number one reason that the church doesn't practice polygamy anymore. Notice I said practice. The Mormon Church still believes in the new and everlasting covenant of marriage, which requires polygamy. There are some people in heaven that will be one husband, one wife, but most of the people with eternal increase are going to be polygamists. That is the law of the land. That is the law of the Mormon Church. Any Mormon ever tells you they don't believe in polygamy, they don't know their own gospel doctrine. A man can be sealed to another woman in the temple for time and eternity. That means he's married to her, more than one woman, forever. A woman cannot be sealed to another man for time and eternity if her husband dies. That's because the Mormon Church fundamentally believes in polygamy, and I use that word on purpose because the fundamentalists LDS Church, the restored our LDS Church, which is not the same as the mainstream Mormon Church, they still practice polygamy. In fact, we've seen them in Logan a couple times. They usually always wear their hair in braids. They almost dress like Amish. The women wear long dresses. There's a bunch of them in Logan. And there's a ton more in southern Utah. In fact, in St. George, there's a ton of them in St. George. You'll see them. You'll see them walking around town. You'll see the sister wives with their kids. And they'll go shopping at the Fresh Market or something like that. And it's been a really big deal.
Says, I bet family reunions are fun with polygamy low.
The family reunions are fun because they never leave. The families always live together. Warren Jeffs, probably the most infamous and biggest polygamist in the modern era, was put in prison finally.
Your mom YEP says, do you believe in God?
Do I believe in God? Yes, I believe in God. Do I believe God is an angry white polygamist with flesh and bone? No. That's what Mormons believe. Mormons believe Heavenly Father is actually made out of flesh, but the God, Heavenly Father, and Jesus are two. This is straight up an article of faith from the Mormon Church. The Mormons believe that God the Father and Jesus Christ are two separate physical entities that are actual. They're perfect. They're glorified bodies. They're bodies that have been perfected, and that they don't have blood in their veins anymore. They have something else that keeps them, godly. But that they are literally, they have, white blood cells and everything. It always makes me really curious, because if you look at the biological systems of the human body, you have to ask yourself, okay, well, the closer you get to the cellular level, the more you realize that the body is just a big ecosystem. And then you start to realize, well, if it's perfected, then which independent living member of this body is not perfect, is not godly. Like, for example, the bacteria of the gut, which radically change depending on your diet. Are they a part of your eternal, bodily functions? Do you poop in heaven? I mean, I assume you don't. So what do they do with the entire digestive system? And why is the digestive system even a part of your godly eternal body if it's not needed? Do they get rid of your digestive system? There's just so many problems with that entire line of theology. That all the principles of saying that God has an actual body, because it's like, okay, well, what parts of the body does God have? You can't ask those questions though, because they're like, oh, well, that's not for us to know. We'll figure that out later. But Mormons very, very. In fact, Joseph Smith said.
128 says, then there's the appendix.
Yeah, then there's the appendix, right? It's his whole job is to gather poisons and toxins and stuff. Was that made just what the idea that the most supreme being in the universe has an appendix?
Your mom YEP says, Mormons are weird tears of joy.
Mormon people are God-loving, awesome people. Usually, they're amazing people. But the Mormon philosophy, the Mormon theology, is absolutely bonkers. I mean, it's just completely bonkers. I can't believe I ever believed it. I mean, I taught this to hundreds of thousands of people, and it's just nuts. Seriously, think about that. Think about the idea that the most supreme, all-knowing, all-loving being in the universe has an appendix because it had to live, that the all-knowing being, God the Father had to spend, 80 to 300 years. I mean, they say that, in the old days we used to live to 300, had to spend 80 to 300 years of all eternity as a mortal being, and therefore has an appendix for the rest of eternity. Okay, that is not a system that the most all-knowing, all-knowledgeable, most intelligent being in the entire universe would come up with. It's Occam's razor would say that's actually the simplest explanation is that a bunch of finite mortal beings tried to anthropomorphize the idea of God to a point that made God very relatable. And they say that all the time. Joseph Smith point blank says, you can't go to heaven unless you understand and accept the true nature of God. The true nature of God being physical. And I mean, he made a big deal about it. He also made a big deal about going to hell if you drink tea, even though he was smoking stogies and drinking alcohol, and he had to have Emma shut him down. And I was like, she's like, Emma, can I please? She's like, no. In fact, the entire word of wisdom was created for Emma, because Emma was tired of cleaning up spittle from the floor from God's chosen apostles. Can you imagine Peter, James, and John spitting chewing tobacco on the floor and forcing Mary to clean it up? they would have the school of the prophets. The school of the prophets. These big self-important men would come together, and they would discuss the greater issues of humanity and salvation and the nature of God, right? All the while, they're missing the spittoon and spewing all over the floor, and then Emma has to come clean it up because Emma. And it was so bad that Joseph Smith had to have a revelation, not by coercion. In other words, he couldn't just come out and say, hey, God said stop making Emma clean up your spit. He couldn't say that because he didn't want to piss off the school of the prophets. So God revealed to Joseph Smith, this is so funny, I love it. So God reveals to Joseph Smith, he has this huge section 89, which is the entire reason that Mormons don't drink and don't even like caffeine or anything. It's all because of section 89, which they have big long lessons in Sunday school about, to tell you not by coercion or forcing. You know why they had to put that in there? Every single Sunday school class who teaches section 89 has to spend like 10 minutes explaining, well, that doesn't sound like this is a law. That doesn't sound like I'm not going to go to heaven and I can't get a temple recommend if I drink booze. Even though it's very sad that we just lost a family member yesterday to booze, to alcohol addiction. It's very, very dangerous. I don't disagree with the principles behind the word of wisdom, but, you know, it was just funny that they had to, because Joseph Smith had to like soft pedal, God had to soft pedal the idea that you're not supposed to spit on the ground. And by the way, you should probably eat but a very little meat. There's primary songs about this, you know, because Mormons are like, eat but a very little meat. And then meanwhile, we're like slow baking a pot roast for 4 hours every Sunday. Eat but a very little meat. Yeah, tell that to any Mormon on July 4th. It's just funny. It's just, the irony just is not lost on me. And I'm old enough now that I can talk about it. I'm so far past like feeling any kind of sorrow for having, you know, violated the word of wisdom or any of these things. It's like it was all just, it's just like any other religion. They're all meaning well. They all do the best they can, and they all invoke God to make it more important so that you'll take it more seriously. They all do the same thing, every one of them. It just depends on, like, at least they're not saying God says that I'm supposed to have, like Joel Osteen, that you're supposed to be a millionaire, even though anyway, the general authorities all have $200,000 stipends that they don't have to work for. I mean, they do work for it, but they do a lot. I'm sorry, I'm not going to bash on the Mormons anymore. I'm not even going to laugh about them. I don't want to make an entire comic routine about the Mormon Church, because the few Mormons I have who do watch, they're going to be upset, but I'm just sharing my life, and we are in Utah, and we are driving through some of the most important. My family, we're now driving through Provo. I was born in Provo. My family, the Mulesteins, my ancestors owned the property that Brigham Young University was built on, and they sold it. They owned.
He says, to be honest, I've never heard of the Mormons, even though I'm quite familiar with religions.
Yeah.
But their ideas sound more like a cult than a religion.
Well, if you dig deep enough in pretty much any religion, you'll find out that they have cult-like things in them. The difference is that so many religions, people, I'm not anti-religion as so much as I am anti-obsessive dogma, you know. It's like you should be, you know, most people, religions do change and they adapt to the times, and they allow things. Like for example, the Protestants, they allow gay ministers. They're the first one, but they still believe in Jesus, and they still teach the Sermon on the Mount. You know, Pope Francis, there's this whole big thing, this big schism in the Catholic Church right now, because the church is trying to expand and grow. You could argue strongly that the Council of Nicaea in, 800, was actually a huge reformation in the entire church. The Anglican schism, Anglican versus Catholic schism, that's like religion, you know, adapting and growing, and represent. The problem with religion, the churches of that kind are super dogmatic, is they have to have these big violent schisms or even wars in some cases. Like the Hindus, the Muslims are very proud of beheading. Like, it's in their sacred scriptures. The Muslims in their sacred scriptures have a huge thing where Muhammad went in and beheaded thousands of Hindus. It's in the scriptures. They celebrate it. This is why when in Islam, whenever they kill an infidel, they behead them, because they want to do it just like Allah, or not Allah, Muhammad. They're the same. It's whenever they get too, crazy. It's kind of a negative thing, but yeah. So the reason I'm talking about Mormons is because you can't escape it by driving through this beautiful country. The Mormons settled this country we're in right now. In fact, Brigham Young University has taken everything to not stop and visit it. Brigham Young University is where I went to school. It's where I graduated. It's about I don't know. I can almost throw a rock from here, and we're driving right through it right now. And this is Mount Timpanogos right there. Oh God, we should go to Mount Timpanogos. That would be so beautiful. And St. George, we're going to go see a temple in St. George built by the Mormons. The Mormons, they settled this entire region. And by the way, this entire Utah Valley region, they massacred tons of Indians and kicked them out. You know how I found out? I would never learn that in any Utah history class. You know how I found out? I looked at the map in Logan, Utah. I cannot, this is something I didn't discover until 2 years ago. I did not understand the level of carnage inflicted by the Mormons officially to get rid of the Indians. And they talk about, the Indians being Lamanites and stuff. By their fruits ye shall know them. The map in Logan, Utah. So I was in the town hall from Logan, Utah, and I was looking through the history, and I looked at the maps, and the maps have all of Cache Valley was all an Indian reservation, and most of Utah Valley. That's this beautiful country we're in right now. This beautiful, beautiful country we're in right now was all official Indian reservation. All of it. The land that Brigham Young was built on and everything, okay? It was Indian reservation and stuff. And I was like, well, wait a second. That's where BYU was. That's where my ancestors settled. How does this resolve? And there's another Mormon temple. So I was like, I don't get it. How can, how there's all this, great, Indian pioneer, camaraderie and everything. I've been taught that, the Lamanites were relished and religiously, celebrated by the Mormons. And then I look at the actual politics of it and what actually happened. And the Mormons and the farmers in Utah Valley and others, I looked into the history of this, they were actively lobbying the church and the local government to get rid of the Indians in Utah, because they were quote interrupting their agricultural stuff and the growth of the church. And so they kicked them out. And they made a whole bunch of tiny little reservations. In fact, Logan, Utah, there's still a huge Indian population up there. And you can go to you can see the Indians in Utah, in Cache Valley. You can see it in some of their faces and stuff. But they've largely been like sequestered to a whole bunch of reservations. And the Mormons were some of the worst offenders when it came to like kicking them Indians off of their land and taking it over. You know why? Because God gave them their land. Manifest destiny, baby. Manifest destiny. I have to pause on that note. Because I'm just going to sound like another woke white dude. I really love, my dad and mom and I were talking about a friend of the family who was horribly injured in an accident on the Pacific Coast Trail highway by an RV who didn't know what they were doing, and they sideswiped them, and it, permanently destroyed his brain. He's still alive, but And he's one of the most kind, gentle, loving, committed Native Americans you could ever meet. Dedicated his entire life to bringing people in contact with the land. Basically, God, I'm gonna cry. He's the one that organized the White Rim Trail that I went on the first time. And he wanted to spend the rest of his life organizing tours because he deeply believed in connecting people with the land. Not like blowing over it with an ATV at 30 miles an hour with a 2-year-old on your hip. He really, really appreciated mountain biking, and he appreciated cycling because he appreciated the land in the way that only somebody with a very strong Native American ancestry could. And it's really sad that he wasn't able to realize that vision. But I remember when I was in southern Utah the first time when I was driving through here with Thina, almost exactly a year ago, actually. Wow, that's weird to think about. Almost exactly a year ago, I was in southern Utah with Thina, and we were driving through, and I stopped at a gas station, and there was a Native American there who was talking about it. He's like, "Oh yeah, we go elk hunting all the time." Yeah, and I don't know how, but we got talking about his ancestry and the region, and I'm legitimately interested in that. I'm not just some white savior, as they say, trying to make reparations. I'm super interested in the indigenous people, so anyway, I'm super interested in that whole thing. We're passing Provo. You can see my good old. I went to school under those big, beautiful mountains, right at the base of those mountains. I am so fortunate. I used to go up in those mountains. I would climb. There's a bike ride that goes to the top. I did it once. I did it once. It was extremely hard. It was the biggest climb I've ever done. It was the Timpanogos climb, the Mount Timp bike climb. I mean, I just remember I had it in the lowest of the lowest gears. I never got off and walked, but it was pretty damn close. And I was on a good road bike. Hey, Ed, how you doing? Is you guys raid? Good to see you, man. So yeah, it's been this beautiful country. Lately, I'm curious to hear what your guys' opinions are on this, especially Scott. Scott's down there in Arizona. Hey, Scott, I'm going to come visit you. I'm going to live in Tucson. Scott, are you here by the chance? You're just shouting out, I think. I'm going to go visit Scott in person. I'm going to be like 2 hours from him. I'm very confident that I'm going to be spending the winter in Tucson, Arizona, which is where I spent a lot of time. I already lived there a lot. Tucson is really, really nice. And Head's up in Phoenix. He's like 2 hours away. Quartzite's like 4 hours away. But anyway, so the American Indian thing, I'm really motivated to understand it more, And I've always been fascinated. My mom went through a phase. God, that strap. My mom went through a phase where she was obsessed with Native Americans. I wonder if she remembers that. She was obsessed with them, and she was studying the lore and everything. My mom is a deep diver. Like, she'll get into something and she'll just go. She'll study it forever. I think I got that from her. I mean, my dad does it too, but she does. She like studies stuff. I remember She went through. She had wrote all these stories about all these different Native Americans in the area. This is also a really big thing in North Carolina. I remember there was a church member who was 1/3 Native American. I want to say she was she Cherokee or was she Sioux? I can't remember. She was, you know, I don't know. I feel like it's important that we remember that the Native Americans that were here thousands of years before any white person ever stepped foot. You know, you had a few of the Scandinavian Nords who landed. You know, the Vikings. They were the first to make it here. Everybody knows that now. But they would stay here for a while, but they didn't ever colonize here. Probably because they couldn't face off against the Native Americans. There's a scene, it's the very first scene of American Gods, and it has the Nords, the Vikings, land on the shores of America. And it's kind of a joke, but like one guy, he goes walking into the brush, and he instantly gets like 30 arrows in him, and he falls over dead. And so he's like walking, like, then he's like smiling at this beautiful land and everything, and then all of a sudden there's like 30 arrows instantly hit him, and he just falls over. I really feel like that's probably what happened. The Vikings didn't have a chance against the Native Americans. No way. No way. The idea that the Vikings would come and like decimate.
Shortly 11 says,
Hey, how you doing? Yeah. It was just really funny. Oh yeah. I'm struggling because I really appreciate the indigenous peoples of America, and I kind of want to get involved more with it culturally. You know, I actually want to attend some powwows and, you know, study the culture. And yeah, it's not like I want to be Mr. Last of the Mohicans or what's his face. There's this Scottish guy in. There's this whole plot line in Outlander, which is set in North Carolina mostly, the latter part of it. And one of the Scotsmen, he gets adopted by an Indian tribe, you know. And there's this whole thing about him becoming like a part of the family, like an actual part of the family, because there's like a real strong desire among a lot of white boys, you know, or whatever, to connect with the Native American culture, you know. And so it makes a good plot line, but I don't want it to come off wrong, you know. It's like if I were to move to New Zealand, which I researched how to live in New Zealand, where I would live, the exact spot, and how I would move there for about a month in 2020. Doris and I were actually seriously contemplating a full-blown move to New Zealand. And it was, you know, the Maori people there and everything, it was a real big deal. You don't just, you know, I don't know. It's like, you want to be respectful, right? But you still want to show interest. I don't know how to do that. To be more precise, I want to get Kokopelli tattooed behind my ear. But Kokopelli is a sacred symbol to a bunch of people. And I wouldn't want to be wearing the equivalent of a swastika, you know, in a Jewish enclave of New York, and then say, oh, it's the symbol of Indian fortune, which it is. It's a symbol of good fortune in India. You can see swastikas, they're reversed, of course, but you can see the swastika symbol all over on the doorways in India. It doesn't mean anything like what it means to a Jew or someone from Jewish ancestry. I know a lot of people don't think about that stuff. They just do it. And like, why do you overthink it? Just do it. But the cross, the Christian cross, that's offensive to a lot of people. I mean, like, seriously offensive. It's not that offensive to Mormons, but Mormons don't do the cross. They deliberately don't do it. They actively say don't do the cross. Because they don't want to celebrate the death of Christ. They want to celebrate the living Christ. That's what they say.
Your mom YEP says swastika banned in Europe too.
Swastika's banned in Europe, yep. Yep. Which is, I mean, you know, one bad actor comes along and takes a beautiful symbol and destroys it. I feel like that's happening with the American flag. The American flag has come to symbolize the way, you can see, because the way people have taken the flag and basically broken the law. Did you know it's illegal to put the flag on a bikini? It's illegal. Nobody cares. All these God-fearing, you know, flag-wearing people, they have no idea what respecting the flag actually means. They don't fly it properly. I saw the other day, I was at the pool, and there was this big, burly, awesome dude, a very friendly guy, and he was wearing a tank top, and he had his flag, he had a gray and black flag tank top with the flag hanging down, and it was all screwed up and iconified, and I was like, this is exact. If the founding fathers saw you wearing the flag that way, they would be appalled. You might as well burn it in front of them, because it shows no respect whatsoever for the flag. I was on fucking flag patrol in 8th grade, okay? I know what it means to respect the flag. I was one of 5 people from my elementary school who was allowed to be on flag patrol, which meant that I went in and I folded the flag and I sailed it at the right time, and I had a certain level of dignity and reverence in 6th grade, so that the flag would, and I got to wear like a sash when I did it. I was also in crossing guard, which meant I got to help people, you know, cross the streets when they were walking home from school and stuff. Nobody does that anymore. They all take their mom's car. But, you know, and then I was in Scouts. I was a Boy Scout master for, like, God, I don't even know, 15 years. I was in honor guards who presented the flag. I was, you know, I'm not bragging here. I'm just trying to give you a sense of the context. You know, I spent a significant portion of my life, a number of hours, honoring and respecting the flag. And I see what people are doing with the flag now, and it makes me fucking sick to my stomach, because it's nothing like anything that would ever have been done, even in the 50s, to show respect for the American flag. And here we are on July 4th, and you see the flag being abused and tortured in ways that, seriously, the founding fathers would be like, how dare you? You know, it's just sad. You know, I'm not going to go up and go get in somebody's face because they're not showing respect for the flag. You know, that's just not my style. But when I'm on a live stream and I can rant about it, and I'm going to be driving 3 hours, then yeah, it's going to come out. I'm going to talk about it. But it's just really sad. I remember spending meticulous amount of time folding the flag properly. You know, oh, we're coming up on one of these death things. Do you know how I've seen 3 of these things flipped? One of them was on fire. And I have family members who have them, and they love them. And in fact, that might, no, that's not. That had a Johnny Walker license plate cover. Makes me think it might be one of them. So we're gonna meet some of my family. I don't know how much of them I'm gonna stream. Oh, there's another temple right there. Okay, so on this trip so far, we've passed 3 temples off the highway. There's another temple. It's one of these little micro temples. The church has really, really changed its position. This whole micro temple stuff, that is not something that when I grew up, temples were these big grandiose things, and we would, to get the Jordan River Temple, I remember we had this like poster board with a temperature gauge, and we would like color in how much money so that we could get a Jordan River Temple, and we spent a year raising funds and people spending extra money to get the Jordan River Temple to get built, and we were giving our own personal money and stuff like that to do it. Look at this view. Wow. I hope you can see it the way I can see it. You can't. This camera will never do it justice, especially this wide angle. It's really up close and personal for me. I can see it really, really close. I almost don't know. I don't know if this big field of view is really the way to go. I don't know. So yeah, so that's why when I see these little micro temples that they just announce and then boom, they have the money for it. The Mormon Church is the richest church on the planet in history. The Mormon Church has more money than every other church combined, including the Scientologists and Catholics. It is overwhelming. What is it? I think it's $250 billion in valuation. So yeah, they want a temple. They're like, okay, here we go. Boom, 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 boom. Another temple, another temple. The temple used to be a sign of artistry. And, you know, it took, God, what was it, 5 years for the Mormon temple, the first temple in Salt Lake to be built? St. George Temple is another one. And now they're like, oh, we need a temple, boom. Oh, we need a temple, boom. Oh, and the Mormons will easily justify this and say, hey, we're in the last days. We don't have time to screw around being artistic, making our temples. We got to get this work done. We got to baptize all these dead people because they're not going to be able to go to heaven unless we baptize them. That, you think I'm kidding? That's the actual doctrine of the church. That's why they have temples, one of the reasons, so that they can do baptisms for the dead and marriages for the dead, so that they can wash and anoint for the dead, which is like some old guy touching you with stinky breath, touching you with oil and water in all of your parts, including right below your navel. Having some 70-year-old wipe oil underneath your navel while you're wearing a, quote, shield, and other than that, you're naked. One of the most traumatic things that I've ever been through. And it's not just me. They actually stopped doing it. They changed the whole temple ceremony. They don't even do it anymore. They don't. They got rid of it because it was too weird. That part always like screwed me up too. It was like, what do you mean they changed the temple ceremony? What do you mean they changed the garment? What do you mean? Do you mean like God got it wrong the first time? I was like, well, God adapts to the times and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay, fine. Like, you weren't ready. You weren't ready for that knowledge before. You weren't ready for being able to wear shirts without sleeves before. So the garment, the special underwear that Mormons wear, the garment was recently changed so that it doesn't have sleeves. And every woman in the church was like, hallelujah! Because they're sick and tired of tucking their garments into their sleeves and feeling dirty all day because they're violating God's law to wear a garment that has sleeves that are 2 inches long. And all of a sudden God's like, well, sleeves aren't required anymore. Like, and all those Mormon women are like, you think you could have done that a lot earlier? Same thing with contraception. No, God does not like contraception. No, now it's between God and the family. Like, what? They used to take tithing, 10% of increase, right? They used to take tithing in scotch. They used to literally accept 1/10 of whatever your beer production was. Because they had people that were making beer and scotch and brandy and stuff like that in Utah, and they had to offer tithes. And back at the time, sometimes they couldn't tithe by paying money, so they'd give like out of the 10 goats, they'd give 1 goat to the church. And they did the same thing, but they produced scotch and whiskey, so they would get it's like, if you go back far enough in church history, it's just so comical. It's just so comical how far it's far it's come. Wow, look at all that development. That's all new. Oh, look at that. 80-degree speed limit. 80 miles an hour, I mean. How do you say that? Juab? Juab. It's not like H. Oh, look at this. Look at this landscape. I forgot how gorgeous this land is right here. God, here we go. All right, so you're starting to see the transition. We're starting to transition into southern Utah. Things are getting browner. I mean, if you've been with me in Logan, you saw how green Logan was, right? And if you go up in the mountains are actually really, really green for this time of year. We had a lot of rain recently. More rain than usual. We had major thunderstorms and stuff. But as we go south, you'll see it. The state gradually becomes like a totally barren desert.
Says, Seth SP3 Sailor Jerry.
Hey, Just Duder, what's up? Yeah, you're gonna start to see the landscape just get really sparse. It's still got, you're still seeing vegetation and stuff. We'll get to a part where you won't even see grass on the side of the road. It'll just be straight up desert, and you'll see sagebrush and rattlesnakes. Actually, St. George is pretty green because it's around water. When they sent the Mormon pioneers, Brigham Young, when they came here, Brigham Young sent a bunch of settlers to different areas within the state. One of those areas was Logan, Utah. In fact, the Logan Temple was built before the Salt Lake Temple, because they sent a group of pioneers up to Logan and they said, go settle Cache Valley, deal with the Indians, and then they sent a bunch of settlers down to down to southern Utah. St. George is one of them. Utah Valley, of course. In fact, as I understand the story, my great-great-grandpa Nicholas Muhlstein was sent to Utah Valley. He was kind of assigned to Utah Valley to help populate that area. In fact, you can find a bunch of Muhlsteins in the phone book in Utah Valley. There's a ton of them, which is weird because there's not that many of them. There's also some now in California. There's a pocket of them, and there's a pocket of them in Hawaii, of all places. People that I don't know. In fact, there's another guy named Robert Muhlstein who ran for office. He was state senator for a while. Very controversial senator. Had a bunch of scandals in his history, and he I used to get his delinquent jewelry notices. I actually got hate mail once. I got actual handwritten hate mail written to me through the postal service, and I answered the guy. I said, I just want you to know I'm not the same guy. I'm not him. I sat next to him in a summer sparse. I sat next to him in a summer physical fitness class at Brigham Young University, and he signed the roll right before me. That's the first time I met him face to face. In fact, that's the only time I met him face to face. He acted like I should know who he was, and I was like, because he'd run for student body office in Brigham Young, which I put everything together because I was like, people were sending me vote for Rob Muehlstein flyers who were back at BYU, and while I was on my mission, I was like, they're like, are you running for student body? I'm like, no. And I never understood it at the time. I thought they were trying to troll me. I never got the joke. I'm like, no, he's actually running. And then I met him. And so he ran and lost for student body president of Brigham Young. So yeah, to tell you the truth, the guy seemed kind of like a dick. He got in trouble for embezzling money and all this stuff. I don't know, but I'm gonna get defamation lawsuits. So I'm not gonna say anything else. I'm just telling you my experience of how I knew him, but you can go look him up. No, I mean, to have somebody write the level of hate mail that I got, I mean, it does make you wonder, right? That some person had to sit down and handwrite that hate mail, put a stamp on it, put it in an envelope, and send it to the wrong person. And if even one person did that, what about all the other people? I mean, I'm gonna actually go 80 miles an hour here. That's the speed limit, but I was trying to go slower to, I don't know, conserve energy, gas or something. Boy, you could not ask for a better morning. It's just so gorgeous. I guess I'm playing leapfrog with that semi. The coffee's finally wearing off. Time to get more. I get really chatty when I drink coffee. Somebody just said, "You think?" Nephi, 7 miles. Nephi is a Mormon prophet. Fillmore, Las Vegas. Nephi is the first Mormon prophet that you meet in the Book of Mormon. He is true and faithful. He follows his dad Lehi out of the city of Jerusalem, and the story is they have to get the sacred records of their ancestors before they leave. God.
ASM 1012 says South Park did an awning.
Yeah, South Park. Yeah, it was kind of mean. It was definitely disrespectful. Those two guys were both Mormon, by the way. That's why they can't leave it alone. That's why they made the Book of Mormon play and everything. Yep, they were Mormon. And so Nephi is this guy who was the son of Lehi. I'm going to tell you a Book of Mormon story. Book of Mormon stories that my parents taught to me are about the Lamanites from ancient history. This is every kid's favorite primary song was Book of Mormon stories because it had this really awesome beat. Bum 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 bum. If this land, if they live righteously, Lamanites met others who were seeking liberty. Book of Mormon stories teach that we must brothers be. They made it sound like an Indian song, 'cause the Lamanites are supposed to be the Indians. Until they kick them out and massacre them. I'm sorry, I can't resist. I just cannot resist. At least I'm laughing about it now. It's the only way I can deal with how crazy of a belief system I actually believed in. Anyway, so Nephi, I'm going to tell you the Book of Mormon story because we got 2.5 hours. Under the Banner of Heaven? Oh, hell yeah. Under the Banner of Heaven is not completely real, but yeah. I'm full of Mormon stuff. So I'm going to tell you the story. I'm going to tell you the actual story that I would teach as a missionary, okay? Because we're about to head to Nephi. And by the way, Nephi is a really big thing. Nephi is by Price. And my mom's family came from Price. They were coal miners. In fact, last time we were here, we drove all through Price trying to find my great-great-grandma's old house where I used to go. So my mom's family's from Price, Utah. They're the coal miners, pioneers as well. And my dad's family, the Mulesteins, they're from the pioneer ancestry that settled in Utah Valley. And those are the two families. They were both Mormons, and they were both, from generally the same area. We did find out that my dad's mom has Irish ancestry, which is really cool because I always thought that she might have a little Irish in her, just by the way her face looked and everything. And it turns out that her grandfather was from Ireland. They found record of it. And I was like, I had a feeling I had Irish ancestry. So that means I have Welsh, Swedish, Swiss, and Irish. Those are my primary genetics. Kind of a mutt. See this U-Haul right here? This is going to be me in August. If I can't figure out a way to get that piano into the trailer, this is going to be me in August. Almost exactly. Because I don't have a lot of stuff. So I've been trying to decide if I should get. In fact, I kind of want to study this guy. This is exactly the setup I would get. He's got a small van and he's got a trailer for the car. As opposed to trying to pull a big trailer with a car and putting all that wear and tear on your car. I'm going to do that in August. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how expensive that's going to be versus a car. Pulling a trailer with a piano in it might not be good for that long of a trip, especially through the mountains and everything. I don't know. We're going to figure it out. I don't want to destroy my car. Yeah. I'll believe whatever you pay me to believe. Yeah. So, okay, so here's a book. I'm just gonna. We're approaching the city of Nephi, and I'm going to tell you the story of who Nephi is. I'm going to be doing this a lot because some of this Mormon culture is pretty interesting, even if I find some of it entertaining. In the very, very, very first chapter, the first book of the Book of Mormon. You've heard of the Book of Mormon by now. If you haven't, you're living under a rock, right? So what is the Book of Mormon? I'm going to give you missionary lesson number 1. I won't start with the first vision, though. I'll do that later. So, I taught 500 missionaries, so I know these stories pretty well. I've forgotten a lot, but... So, the Book of Mormon is the book of Scripture that Mormons believe is basically the Bible for North America. Now, hear me out. So, they believe that the Bible was the record of the Jews and the children of Israel, and that the Book of Mormon is coming from North America. And they make the argument, they pull a bunch of esoteric scriptures, Amos 3:7, other sheep I have which are not of this fold. So they reference, stuff in the Bible, stick of Ephraim, stick of Jacob, really esoteric stuff from the book of Isaiah that suggests that there was always going to be two witnesses. So seriously, I might end up converting somebody to Mormonism here by telling you this. So the Mormons don't believe that it's logical that God would have it be so that there's only one. In fact, no, that's Amos 3:7. Amos 3:7, in the mouth of two or three witnesses shall the truth of all things be established. Okay? And so the Mormons use that scripture to say, you can't just have the Bible, because that's not enough. You have to have at least two or three witnesses. It says so right there. It also says you should smash babies' heads against the rocks if God tells you to. So, pick and choose what you want to believe. In a different scripture. But in the mouth of two or three witnesses, stick of Ephraim, stick of Jacob. So they teach you that the Book of Mormon was necessary to testify to the events that happened with Jesus. Spoiler alert, Jesus appears to the Indians. I'm paraphrasing, to the people of North America. And there hasn't been a single fossil remain discovered to justify any of this. And the Book of Mormon claims that there were horses on the continent when there were no horses. They've gone so far to say that they were talking about javelina instead of horses. It's an absolute shit show disaster. But, and now the Mormon apologists have gone so far the opposite way of Book of Mormon that they're now saying that the entire Book of Mormon is not meant to be taken literally. I mean, that's how far they've come. Anyway, so let's go back to the story of Nephi. So in the first chapter of the first book of Nephi, which wasn't originally the way the Book of Mormon was supposed to go, but that's a separate story. Which is kind of funny all by itself. So basically, the first manuscript of the Book of Mormon got, quote, lost. And so God's like, and then Joseph's like, well, God always knew you were going to lose it. So we have this other section that covers the same stuff. So Joseph's like, okay. So he translates that, sticks his face in a hat, translates that, and says that Nephi, I got to finish the story. I'm very ADHD right now. So, I'm going to try to be really, I'm going to replay the cartoon in my head that I used to show my kids. So you have this scene of this beautiful family, right, in Israel, in Jerusalem. And, this God-fearing Lehi prophet who's going out and trying to preach to the people, but they don't want to hear him. He comes back to his wife, Sarah, I think. I can't remember his last name. And Lehi has four sons. Laman and Lemuel, the older ones, Nephi and Sam. And so, Lehi's not having any success. Jerusalem is about to be destroyed because it's so wicked. And so, and it did historically, that's demonstrated. And so God commands Lehi to get out of town. He's like, no, I have to save you, and I'm going to use you to help bring the word of God to North America, to, the American continent. So it's not just North America.
Or is it not 30 seconds? Is it like a minute?
It would absolutely not work. It would not run even longer than 10 seconds. And I did it over 25 times.
Does it need to be washed?
Possibly. Maybe the moving it around was enough to shift some stuff. How come it's working now?
I don't know.
You touched it with your magical Thena touch. It's absolutely working for you. That's no, it's actually not on.
Well, it's not on?
No. I don't think it's on.
It's counting down. See, it was on 7, now it's on 6. Let's just wait. Wait.
Okay, yeah, it is. Okay.
No, it has to resume. Okay, good. Yeah, let's just let it complete.
Wait, are you telling me the whole time I could have just read the manual and not had to throw it out? Hot Tub ASMR. I do. I am working on the ASMR streams. Absolutely. Dennis and I are we're gonna get sexy one of these days. Not with each other. That would just be okay. Wait.
You're gonna just bump into people who like Linux. It's like bumping into a hot chick who likes to game and is into Linux and likes you at the same time. What are the chances of that? By the way, if you bump into that woman, marry her immediately. You know, it's very rare. So at least we have the opportunity to meet people that.
I just can't push hard. I can't. You guys gotta help me not do that. Like if I push hard at all, I won't be able to finish it because I'll end up blowing up my balances and I'll end up like cramping up and stuff. Oh man. Wow, look at this place.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah. You close?
Are you filming?
I'm just live streaming, yeah.
Yeah, but it's your camera.
Live stream, yeah.
So you're gonna film me or are you filming?
It's live streaming. Does that count as filming? Make a really, really loud, annoying notification whenever clips come on. Alright, I just set up a reminder. That wasn't too bad, right? I actually changed the battery. Yep. Where was I? Maybe God was telling me I shouldn't tell you the story. So, Lehi and his family are commanded to leave Jerusalem, and Laman and Lemuel don't want to do it. They're like, nope, we're not doing it. And Nephi's like, I'll go and do the things the Lord had commanded. And Sam said, yeah, I'll do whatever Nephi says, because I'm the good, sidekick. And Laman and Lemuel are constantly conspiring, like, they hate Nephi, because Nephi is the golden child, everybody loves him. And Lehi's like, why are you not being more like Nephi? And then, out of nowhere, an angel appears to Lehi and says, you need to go back and get the plates of Laban, which is a record of his ancestors, so that they don't lose track of all the teachings of God and everything, basically the Old Testament. And because we need this, and nobody knows what was on the plates of Laban, but there's probably some combination of the stuff that came out of the Bible, right? So Lehi's like, I'm old, I need help. Nephi, you're faithful, go back and do it. And Lemuel are like, no, we're not going to do that. That's crazy, we're not doing that. And Nephi's like, I'll go do it. Actually, no, that's not true. Laman and Lemuel go, and they try to do it, and they try to... Am I getting this right? I forgot my story. I need to read my Book of Mormon more. Oh my God. So, Laman and Lemuel, for whatever reason, they don't go. And I can't remember if Nephi goes or not. Nephi goes to Laban, this evil king Laban, like super duper evil, right? Really greedy, kind of a drunkard and everything. And they go to Laban, which is not a unique name, by the way. It's also in the Bible. And Nephi brings all the gold and riches and everything. And Laban went, what? I don't want to give my gold and riches away. And Nephi's like, nope, okay. So he takes all the stuff, they pack it all up, and they give it to Laban and say, here's all of our stuff for the plates of Laban. We want those plates, we need them. And Laban's like, ha ha ha, no way, I'm going to take all your stuff and y'all are out of here. So he steals all their gold, which is kind of an important story plot line, because that you gotta learn to really hate this guy based on what Nephi's going to do to him later. So Nephi goes back to Lehi, and Lehi says, "What are you talking about? That God didn't do it?" It's like, well, there must be a way. There's got to be a way. There's got to be some other. And someplace along the line, there's an angel involved. Oh no. Laman and Lemuel start beating on Nephi. They're like, "You're going to get us all killed. You got all our stuff taken away. We don't want any of this. It's all your fault." And so Laman and Lemuel, really bad, ugly stepbrother, real brothers, they start beating up Nephi, like with a stick, with a rod. They start beating him up. And then an angel appears and says, "Stand back, protect. He's doing what the Lord has told him to do. And y'all are sucky. Ye suck. Leave him alone." So Nephi's like, "Oh, thank you, angel." And he goes his way, and Laman and Lemuel are always grumbling in the background. But Nephi says, "Okay, I'm going to go try again." Nephi says, "We got to go back. You got to go get it. We cannot leave. We cannot leave. The Lord will make a way." And so Nephi, after they lost everything, and Laban already told them no, get out, and chased him out, they go back anyway. And so Nephi sneaks back into town by himself without Sam. He sneaks back into town like a thief. It's 100% a thief. He sneaks back into town. He's like, "Okay, I'm going to go get those plates of Laban." So basically, God orders him to do a stealth ops mission to go steal the plates of Laban so that they can live righteously and follow, God when they get to the promised land. So the entire premise of getting the sacred place is like, it's more important. We've got to have these plates. If we don't have these plates, there's no way we can be good people. We cannot follow God. We will dwindle and perish in unbelief. We've got to have these plates. God's plan is, under no circumstances, you got to have these plates. The all-knowing, almighty, all-powerful God in heaven can't come up with an alternate plan other than getting these plates at all costs. So Nephi gets ordered to go stealth mission, special ops, back into Jerusalem to break into Laban's castle, right? So he breaks into Laban's castle, and he runs into, he finds the spot where it's at. Oh, no. Before that happens, when he comes into the city, it's late at night, because he's, all stealthy and sneaking in, because he's God's special ops Marine. And he goes in there, he's got his sword and everything. No, he doesn't have his sword. He didn't take a sword with him. That's right, he didn't take a sword. He didn't take a sword with him. So, because he wasn't planning on hurting anybody. And so he gets commanded to go back into the the town, and he finds Laban, this big fat drunk greedy jerk, right, who stole all their stuff. And now nobody feels sorry for Laban, so it's okay for us to kill him. And so Laban is sitting there in an alley, completely passed out, drunk, and the Lord commands, an angel commands, no. It wasn't even an angel. It was a voice. It was a voice. A voice commands Nephi in his head to kill him. And he's like, "But I've never killed a man. I don't want to kill anybody. I don't know, blah, blah, blah." And he's like, "Nope. It's better that one man perish than a nation dwindle and perish in unbelief." That is a direct quote. It's better that one man perish than a nation dwindle and perish in unbelief. It is literally the opposite of the message of Star Trek, where the many or the one, the whole sacrificing Spock, right? The whole Kirk Spock scene. It's the opposite. It's the entire opposite. God says, "No, look, I'm God. I can kill one drunk, ugly person through you so that the rest of the people can flourish. I'm going to kill the flourish." So just to recap, because we had ads on. So stealth ops Nephi gets ordered to go back in with no sword, finds Laban drunk. He's passed out. He's laying there on the ground, and God commands him in his head to kill him. He says, "Take his sword." And he said, "I don't want to kill him. I never killed anybody." He's like, "Nope, we really need it. Better than one man perish than a nation dwindle and perish in unbelief." So he draws Laban's sword, cuts his head off. I mean, think about how gory that would be. He chops off this dude's head with his own sword, and he's like probably spasticking around and gurgling blood. I mean, it was probably really gross and stunk, and he has blood all over his stuff. And then this is the story. I cannot believe I believe this shit. So the story, first of all, is that God has to behead Laban in order to get the plates, because nobody can be righteous without these plates. That is all by itself grounds for dismissal of the entire religion. So then Nephi says, okay, you're dead now, you're gushing blood, but I need to get in there and get the plates. So he takes these super gory, bloody, fat clothes from Laban, takes off all of his clothes, gets naked, and puts on the clothes from this guy he just beheaded. And they obviously don't fit him. You cannot decapitate a person and not have blood all over that, right? Not to mention it probably smelled bad because he was drunk and he's puking on himself and everything. I mean, if he's passed out in the alley, he was definitely puking. So there's probably puke everywhere. So he puts on these really gross clothes, and then he makes himself look good. And then he goes to the vault. He finds the place where the vault is, where the plates of Laban are. How he even found the vault is up to, God led him to it, I guess. So he finds the vault, and sure enough, there's a guy protecting the vault at 3 a.m. when Laban was drunk in the alley, and there's still some random nice guy protecting the vault, right? So, in the middle of the night, which doesn't make any sense either. Why? It's like, why is this like very highly articulate person who's not even a security guard guarding the vault of the most important plates of Laban and all of the treasure hoard from Laban? Why would there not be a bunch of guards there? Right? There's no guards there. There's this one nice guy who ends up agreeing to go with Nephi into the wilderness. This entire story has so many problems. I mean, it's just got so many plot lines problems. It's insane. So, seriously, if the plates of Laban are this important and this valuable, and if all of this gold and everything, and it's all in the same treasury, there would be a full garrison protecting that thing at all times. It's 3 a.m. in the morning when any thief would want to go in and steal from that place. It would have had a full guard contingent protecting it, but not in this story. In this story, you kill Laban, put Laban's clothes on, and then you go to the door of this vault, which has no guards, and you meet this super nice guy who can be talked into following your family into the wilderness, which is exactly what happens. They talk to Ishmael, I think his name is, and he's this super nice, reasonable guy. He's like, Ishmael, and in the Book of Mormon it says that he quivered because he was in fear. He thought he was going to die. He was definitely not a guard, okay? He was like just some random scholar who was there. and so, I mean, the plates of brass, from the plates of Laban. And so maybe that's why Joseph Smith made them brass instead of gold, because maybe they weren't as valuable. Maybe they were being saved in like some super boring library as opposed to a place you would put gold plates, right? Because they're more valuable. Who knows? I mean, you can make this work in your head if you're Mormon. They do, obviously. So they meet Ishmael, and it's like 4 a.m. and Ishmael's up for some reason, okay? So Ishmael is up. He's up in the middle of the night, probably because he's a nerdy, scholarly kind of guy who's studying, he's writing his own papyrus scrolls or whatever. But so he and Nephi have a chat, and they're like, he's like, I gotta have these plates. The Lord has commanded me to take these plates, or the God has commanded me to take. There was no Lord yet; it was God, because Jesus hadn't come yet. So they say, yeah, God commanded me to take these plates, and Ishmael's like, I don't know, man. It's like, I've got to take your word for it, and he's like, and so God manifests to Ishmael, or whatever this guy's name is, I can't remember, that Nephi is telling the truth. And oh, by the way, I forgot the part. So when Nephi first comes in, he thinks he's Laban, because Nephi tries to be Laban. He tries to pretend to be Laban to get the plates. He's like, hey, look, I'm Laban here, as if this rogue scholar of academia who's at 3 a.m. watching the papyrus scrolls in the archives doesn't recognize that this person isn't Laban because he put Laban's clothes on. So, but then Mormons will say, well, yeah, God made him appear like Laban. Like, well, if God made him appear like Laban, why did God have him put Laban's bloody clothes on? Was that just to test Nephi? Yep, that was a test for Nephi. We had to make sure Nephi would be willing to follow through. He had to demonstrate faith. And so, I mean, God, they will go through so many convoluted gymnastics to believe this shit. It's insane. So they're like, you know, it's like, okay, I believe you. He goes, you know, you're not Laban. I see that you're not Laban. Never fear, you know. So apparently Ishmael eventually sees through the disguise, which is like, okay, well, if God was going to make him look like Laban at first, then God decided to soften the heart of Ishmael. Well, God's God. That means God knows Ishmael's going to come with him. So he just had to like calm him down at first. But he was actually more scared to see Laban because he hated Laban. Guy. So then he says, okay, you're not Laban. You're some nice servant of God who's just decided to behead Laban. Obviously, there is no way, unless God erased the blood from Laban's clothes, which I am sure somebody believes, it's like God will find a way, right? So God would have, but then why would God have him put the clothes on? It doesn't make any sense. You know, you can't claim to be, anyway. You burn your brain out trying to think about the logic behind all of this. Like, it's like, well, that's because your thoughts are not my thoughts. You know, God, this is God talking to any human. It's like you're trying to understand God's thoughts. Your brain is too small. You can't understand. You know, no, you're right. I cannot understand why you told Laban to, you know, well, it was all about Nephi, challenging Nephi's faith, blah, blah, blah. Same reason we had Abraham nearly stick a knife in his own child's chest to prove he loves you, because the almighty, all-knowing creator of the universe has to get you to nearly murder your own child to prove how much you love God. Yeah, no. Just no. That is not what the most loving, caring, all-knowing, powerful being in the universe would ever do. There's no narcissistic, you know, murder-loving, hey, let's see if we can get him to... You know who does that? Roman gods. That's what they do. Roman gods. People are like, oh, our gods are fine. We're not the same. Yeah. So it's like, anyway, so they convince Ishmael. Nephi convinces Ishmael to give him the place, but not only that, he says, hey, bring you and all your family, which is good because he has a daughter who's hot, and Nephi ends up marrying her later. I was like, oh, you got 3 daughters? That's convenient. Ishmael's got 3 daughters. And there's no daughters. Laman and Lemuel and Sam and Nephi, it's all boys. There's no girls. But Ishmael conveniently has pretty much all daughters, as far as we know. And he's like, so God's like, oh yeah, God's now a matchmaker. God's setting us up. We got to have progeny. We have to have increase. We have to have children in the new world. So they convince Ishmael to come. Ishmael gives them the plates. They go off into the wilderness. Ishmael, in the middle of the night, obviously this all had to happen in the middle of the night. You could not have spread this out over 3 days because Laban is bleeding out in an alley. He's going to get discovered. If he hasn't already been discovered, he's going to be discovered by morning. So that means Ishmael had to move his daughters and his wife and his entire family that night. And they had to go follow Nephi in his bloody Laban clothes because his real clothes were left behind. And he had to go into the wilderness and run into to Lehi and Sarah and say, hey, what's up? We're going to come with y'all. And so they all came. Yeah, you got to have progeny. And so, because, the whole point is they're supposed to raise up seed unto the Lord in the new land. The new land being America's, you know? And so they go back to Lehi in the desert at some random location that none of the guards or armies know about. So, and there's all kinds of people trying to guess where it was. There's like Mormon history is filled with highly intelligent scholars trying to guess exactly where Lehi stayed. Where was the oasis? Because there was a description of there was water there. Because they want to know the exact point where they were, because, you know, in the next chapter of the story, God's going to show them how to make boats that can withstand crossing the Atlantic Ocean without people dying, and he does. And that's like another thing all by itself. And so they make these, and by the way, that was misportrayed in every single photograph we've ever seen. I'll get to that later. So they they put, not photograph, image, painting. So they all come back and they go to town like, hey, look, huzzah, we got the plates of brass, right? The plates of Laban, yay. Now we can all be righteous because we have these plates. And we could not have been good people without these plates, because God said we had to murder an innocent person in cold blood and steal his people and steal these plates in order to be righteous. So if that story, that is the first story in the Book of Mormon. If the missionaries came to you, they would have you read that story. And then they would come back and they would ask you questions like, isn't it inspiring? Isn't it great? Isn't it great how the Lord just takes care of people? And anybody who's got a moral center would go, are you telling me that it's okay for God to commit people to murder, bad political leaders in cold blood in order to bring about his purposes? And like, well, God, it's God's will. I'm like, yeah, that's exactly what they said when they flew the planes into the two towers. They were singing praise be to Allah. In fact, I actually said that once in a priesthood lesson. In a priesthood lesson, I was sitting there and I asked the question. I said, so they were talking about the commitment and what the dedication it takes to be a true follower of Christ and a true member of the church. And I said, oh, so we're like just like the terrorists, right? And I said that kind of flippantly in a thing, and they all looked at me. The entire class looked at me, and I'm like, well, it's the same, right? I mean, they claim to be acting under the influence of God. I go, well, the devil was clearly influencing them. I was like, how do you know that? Well, the spirit of discernment. Well, who has the spirit of discernment? And then it gets really, really complicated, because unless you're an authorized servant of God, you don't have the proper, power of discernment to know whether to fly planes into thing, or to mutilate women and children in mountain meadows, or to cut the head off of Laban, or I don't know, annihilate the entire city of Canaan, including the children, the innocents. It's like, this idea that one human has the capacity to talk and the authority to talk to God, which involves murdering other people, is demonic. It's demonic. The idea that any being will communicate through a single human or a party of elect humans and tell those humans that they are the chosen and therefore they have been given the right to take the life of other humans, that is a demonic idea. That is the basis of Nazism. It's the basis of any genocide that's ever happened. And it's fundamentally wrong. Fundamentally wrong. The idea that God can command Nephi to cut the head off Laban. If any of that had happened in the modern era, if any of that had happened in Utah, okay? Let's play this out. In Utah, at the time when Utah was established and Brigham Young was running it, and it was the most Mormon it's ever been, if there had been a person in the congregation, or if there had been an outside person who had said that they murdered somebody to get copies of the documents or something that were in church headquarters, they would be summarily punished by capital punishment with firing squad or poison or something. They would have been killed for even claiming that. So in the same religious state established by the Mormons, who teach about what Nephi did to Laban, if you had some radical person do the same thing and claim that God when you do that, that's how serious a capital offense it is. But the first lesson in the Mormon Church that anybody teaches anybody is that capital murder crime is okay if God commands it. That's the very first lesson the Mormons teach you. And if I'm getting angry, the first time I heard that lesson, it didn't jive with me. In primary and Sunday school, the first time I heard the lesson, I was like, well, what did Laban do? Okay, he's a bad guy. He didn't deserve to lose his head over it. I mean, come on. That's like, Mr. Polson would never have agreed to that. Mr. Polson is one of the he was a retired cop injured in the line of duty who taught me in 5th and 6th grade, and now he taught me to be a lawyer, And a judge in 5th and 6th grade, I looked up to him as the salt of the earth, one of the most caring, loving, wonderful people on planet Earth. He would never have approved of that. There was no legal precedent for it. It was like the whole entire lesson of First Nephi is that I will go and do the things the Lord has commanded me, because I know that God provides a way for me to accomplish the things which God commands. And those things are murder in cold blood. So while all of those children in primary are singing the song, I will go and do what the Lord commanded, they have primary songs who celebrate this idea. I will go and do. You go into Mormon houses, you go into Mormon communities, and you will see these beautiful needlepoint things and quilts and everything that have the words, I will go and do what the Lord commands. Because I know the Lord gives no commandment that I'm not supposed to do. That's bad. Do you have any idea how dangerous that idea is? And yet that's the fundamental idea of the first book of the Book of Mormon, taught to everybody and taught to children. Follow God. The first law under heaven is obedience. Unquestioning obedience to what I command you to do, including murder in cold blood. There is absolutely no way you cannot characterize what Nephi did to Laban as anything but cold-blooded murder. That's what it was. I'm getting angry. I'm getting really angry. Because as a child, I was taught it's okay to murder in the name of the Lord. And I am so fucking pissed off that I was taught that from a young age. It's the basis of everything that's ever gone wrong in my life. That under no circumstances would God ever command me to do something that wasn't right, that I shouldn't question it ever, that I should get a personal testimony of what I was being told to do instead of fucking murder. And how is anybody else supposed to confirm that message was true? Oh, well, you're supposed to feel the still small spirit of the Lord. You mean there's no way to validate that this message in my head, that this voice in my head is God and not me saying it? Well, you'll know. If you're spiritual enough, you'll know. Well, then am I not spiritual enough? It made me crazy. It made me crazy. It's one of the single greatest insidious ideas, and every other problem that I have stems from that one concept. It's okay to murder in the name of the Lord. Anybody who believes that is a danger to society. If you believe that God can command you to commit murder, and you believe that you know how to have God tell you to do that, you are a menace and a danger to society. And then if you add to that commitments to keep secrets for the rest of your life at the pain of murdering yourself through suicide, which is what every single Mormon commits to in the temple. All those temples we passed, every one of them, the people who go through that reenact their own suicide rather than tell you what I'm telling you. Because the number one law is obedience under heaven. And everybody thinks, oh yeah, Mormons are great. The nice partners are so committed. Oh, they're so friendly. Those missionaries are so nice. It's a fucking cult, and it's causing all kinds of pain and damage and mental anguish across the board. People are sacrificing themselves. I can't even tell you how much money we gave to the church that we didn't have to build the Jordan River Temple. Meanwhile, 10 a decade later, they're like, oh, we need a temple. Pop. They're like, wait, where'd all the money come from? God suddenly has money? God didn't have money before? Well, we were being tested before. All right, I made it through the first Book of Mormon story. I'm going to take a big break emotionally here, and then I'll tell you the next story. How God made it so that this little band of people can cross the Pacific Ocean and not die and settle into the promised land. That's Nephi. We're about to go through the city of Nephi. Yeah, my teacher was so great. Mr. Polson was so amazing. I like focusing on people like Mr. Polson because Mr. Polson was somebody that I deeply and truly believe in, who I believe was led by God. I believe in God. Mr. Polson was so cool. He would go to church and stuff. He clearly had problems with the church. He never talked about it though. He was never ranting in his car driving to St. George. He was just a quiet, loving, beautiful human being. And he lived every day to the fullest. With that little cane, he would walk around. He was constantly focused on the positive. I can't even imagine the evil that he saw in his tenure, while he was being, a cop. But rather than let all of that negativity and all of that pain and everything that he'd gone through, and even his disagreement with the church or the people in the area, or anything, he didn't let any of that get to him. He just was constantly positive. And he wasn't saccharinely positive like, you get with Stepford Wives kind of people. He was like legitimately interested in you. When he talked to you, he would look into your eyes and he would smile. God, I'm going to cry. He was a servant of God. And he didn't have any calling. And he didn't have a church responsibility. He probably did. He just had a heart of gold, man. And a life full of action that proved how golden his heart really was. And it just beamed. It just beamed out of him. It just beamed out of his eyes, his countenance, his greasy hair that he would do in a 50s style with the few hair strands he had left. He was just such a wonderful man. In the old days, the church would teach me that feeling that I just had was the Spirit confirming the truth of whatever the fuck. And I now know that the church never had a monopoly on it. It was always there. Nobody has to follow a religion to receive inspiration from God, to receive communication from God, to receive comfort from God. The fruits of the Spirit are not the fruits of the Spirit. They don't have a name. They're bigger than a name. They are God. That is God. God is the light. God is the truth. And it doesn't need to be anthropomorphized. It doesn't need to have an explanation. It just is, and everybody has it. The Mormons will say, well, that's because they have the light of Christ, and they don't have the full, true power of the Holy Ghost because they haven't been baptized. That's all bullshit. Total bullshit. Everybody has equal access to God. Everyone. There's no hoop you have to go through. There's no obedience you have to prove. There's no temple recommend question you have to answer to get pure, unadulterated, powerful truth from God every second of the day. And you will meet people who personify this, who live this, who usually have very few words. They might be blowing pot smoke down your throat one night, like Carol the other night. For those of you who don't know, I was randomly guided up a canyon I didn't even know existed, and I rode right into a campsite of a woman with a hatchback open and a fire, who I think her name's Carol, and she just came, she goes, "Can I give you a hug?" And we just sat there and had this beautiful moment together. That's God manifesting in the form of this burner in his Subaru, who just buried her 100-year-old mother with flowers. Would you like some? Listening to Led Zeppelin. That's God. I've seen God in the eyes of these people. And it's not in some fucking church. Sometimes some of the people in those churches there was this couple, confused me so much when I was on my mission. There's been many times, for those of you who don't know, I lost my testimony of Mormonism on my mission. I didn't tell anybody. For about the last half of my mission, I sort of regained my testimony near the end, but for about 6 months of my mission, I didn't tell anybody. It was a total secret. A lot like Mother Teresa. Mother Teresa did not believe in God until she died. There was a huge controversy about whether they should make Mother Teresa a saint or not, based on her own private writings about Mother Teresa lost her testimony of God for like the last 10 years of her life. She didn't believe anything about it, but she just kept going that way because and they said, should we make her a saint still? And there was a huge debate. So every once in a while, you'll encounter people who are clearly godly. I mean, to the point where, if you've been taught one thing, it makes you question it. And one of the things I questioned, I met this pair of sisters who were Baptists on my mission. And, we tracked into them and everything, and we knocked on their door and like, oh yeah, come on in. And we just talked about the Bible and God and everything. And they were really, really active. They were very, very active Baptists, and they acted very Baptist, if you know what I mean. They were very wear their religion on their sleeve kind of people. And they would attribute everything to Jesus and all that. I don't, but they would. But the thing that I remember about them, the reason I thought of them, is because they were so totally pure. I on my mission, of all the people that I ever met, I've met a lot of really amazing, wonderful people on my mission. There was one woman who used to feed us Creole crawdads every Sunday. She was super nice. And then there was Maria, who was another person completely. But these two people we found, and they were young. They were in their 20s or something. 20s. They were attractive, but they were older than us a little bit. And they would invite us to all their church events and everything. And we thought, well, hey, let's go to these church events. And I was Mormon, and I had, all of these ideas about what it meant to be a God-fearing person, to be, do you check all the boxes, basically. And these two women were so active in their community of relieving poverty. They would have these events to fight poverty. They would have these dinners and stuff. I just remember, I don't remember all the details, but I just remember being constantly overwhelmed with the spirit of God when I was around them, because they were just so bursting with kindness and love. I mean, they were just overwhelming, and it wasn't fake. It was who they were. It was their identity. And I remember it confused the hell out of me because I had been taught that the elect of God would recognize the message. That's almost a direct quote from the missionary training manual, which I practically had memorized because I taught 500 Mormon missionaries. So, was it 500? No, it hadn't been 500. Well, if you count the culture, I did the entire culture symposiums and everything on West Indian culture and stuff like that. So, I mean, it was close to that. I just remember that number for some reason. I was there. I was at the MTC for 4 years as a teacher, and each class had like 6 people in it, and we would go through a different class every 2 months. Actually, depends if they're Canadian, they would leave earlier. So yeah, it was something like 200, 300, something like that. And I would teach these. So anyway, I was taught that the elect of God would recognize the message. And then I was like, we kept hanging out with these people, and actually, looking back at it, I'm pretty sure that they were just evangelizing us. They were doing the same thing that we taught people. We taught people how to build This is why Mormons are such great salespeople, and why fraud is so rampant in Utah. Because they are really, really great salespeople. They're taught how to be salesmen. God gives us eyes to see, yeah. And so I would go with this, to all these events and everything. And I mean, it became really good. We had to make a tough decision. Should we pursue that? As missionaries, we had a quota to fill. We had to get baptisms. That's what we were there for. We were there for baptisms, and they would have all these lessons about how baptisms are not the focus. It's not about numbers or anything. Let's bring them to Christ. But I still had to report every week how many people we taught, how many hours we spent proselyting, and did we have any prospect for baptism. I had to report that every week. And if you don't think that's pressure, so eventually we had to decide to cut these girls and to not teach them anymore, because honestly, they didn't really want to be taught. They were too busy helping people. And I was so bothered by that, because I was like, these women, not only would they be really great for the church, I wasn't even thinking of it that way. I was thinking of it like, because we had a small branch on Martinique, in the island in the Caribbean, and I was like, why are they not responding to the message? They're so full of the Spirit all the time. Why are they not? And then the only thing I conclude was, it was me. I was the problem. I was a bad missionary. I wasn't living righteously enough. I wasn't representing Christ in the right way. So this completely amazing experience with meeting these people who actually believe in God and did everything that Christianity claims to be about, helping others, serving others, being good to your neighbor. Those are the things that Christianity is truly about. Not just Christianity, any real religion. That's what it's really about. It's not about power. It's not about obedience. It's about kindness. It's about community. It's about love. Every major religion on the planet believes that. Why? Because that's what it's about. And they were doing it every day. And I was like so filled with happiness that whole time. And I had to cut them because, they weren't compatible with the Mormon church. And I was confused. I was really confused. I was like, but more than confused, I felt bad. I felt guilty. I felt like it was me. Because there's no other explanation, right? It can't possibly be that this idea that there's one true church on the face of the God in which God, I I, God, am well pleased. That is a direct quote from the front page of the Book of Mormon. I was taught over and over and over again that Joseph Smith was told that while there are a lot of good people on the planet, that none of them had the fullness of the gospel. In other words, they are all just kind of slightly wrong. And we needed to help them to become wrong. And they might die completely wrong. And there was a special place in the terrestrial kingdom for them. There was an actual place designated exactly for those who had been valiant but never accepted polygamy and the true order of marriage and had their calling had been sealed into the temple. Only those people got to go to the true heaven where God was. All those really good people, like these two people that I had just left, somehow they weren't going to make it to the celestial kingdom. They were only going to make it to the terrestrial kingdom. And that did not jive well with me. I was like, that was the beginning of me losing like everything. I was like, and I still convinced myself that I was just overthinking everything later and joined the church and got married in the church and blah, blah, blah. But I now realize all of those seeds of doubt that I had, there were entire lessons on how to deal with doubt, obviously. The doubt is the part, that's how your testimony grows. You have to have faith. When you have those doubts, you have to smash them away because they're just going to take away on your faith. That's the only explanation for why I stayed in. I lost my testimony at 15. I lost it on my mission. I lost it when I was a river guide. When I was a river guide, I didn't do anything wrong, but I really didn't think about the church at all. And I was just so happy the whole time. Because being close to the earth is one of the greatest forms of spirituality I've ever experienced. This is why I'm so into Native American cultures. Because their religion is the earth. Their mythology is built around the earth. God, I love this. It's a different landscape, isn't it? You see it's getting drier. You can kind of see it. It's slowly getting drier and drier. The one real miracle of Logan is the irrigation. Logan is so beautiful because it has so many irrigation canals. We keep running into these little beautiful canals where they're irrigating and they're like little streams. Yeah. Yep. Luandra, since you're here, I was talking earlier about how appropriate it is for me to immerse myself in Native American culture and to learn about it. And obviously I don't need permission to do that, but I think if I'm respectful, this is something I really want to do with this new nomadic part of my life and it's kind of been triggered by being a nomad. Somebody the other day kind of jokingly said, it's almost like you're a migratory human now. Because I was talking about going to Tucson during the winter. And it's kind of true. And then that kind of spun me into the whole line of thinking of like, I'm actually closer to nature than I've ever been by sleeping in the car and on the ground and riding my bike and everything. And the closer I get to the earth and to these sorts of things, the more I feel the pull of those things. Like the other night, twice I've been in my car, or I've been outside. I was in the jacuzzi one time, and the moon has come up and risen over the mountains, and it's been literally, it's that scene from Joe versus the Volcano. There's a scene when Joe versus the Volcano when he's stranded and he's on his luggage suitcases, and this moon rises, and it's just like, it overwhelms him. It's just like this big glorious moment where he connects with a higher power. And I get those experiences all the time now, way more than I ever had when I was in the apartment, which then in turn makes me super interested in the traditions that honor those things as well. My yoga teacher, that in my 200 hours, she at the time when she was teaching us, there was lots of teachers, but she was the main one. She was really into indigenous people of North Carolina, and she did a sweat lodge. She got she got invited to go into a sweat lodge. She showed a lot of respect, and I'm actually kind of thinking about reaching out to her when I go back to North Carolina. She's in Asheville, up there with Pepsi, my other friend, who was living off the land and raising chickens and llamas and stuff. She's also a professor. She's a college professor, and she's very wise. She's also partial Indian too. It's kind of weird. I know a lot of people who are partially Indian, partially Native American. Anyway, it's gonna really come up a lot. Like Southwestern, mythology and beliefs and all that. They're gonna be a big part of my life. Just like the whole Mormon pioneers thing is too. It's kind of interesting because I just went through that big sort of cathartic moment where I let go of the toxic Mormonism as we drove out into the land now, and now we're in. Anytime I come out here, I always just imagine a huge, massive herd of buffalo. They used to have buffalo in these areas that would cover entire states almost. They were so massive. The herds were so massive. They would just, seriously. And then I just always imagine coming out here and seeing all of that, Yeah. Oh, you're married to Native American. Yeah. Different communities. That's what I've heard. Yeah. You're married to a Navajo man. Oh, yeah. Now, I know Navajo really well, actually. Yeah, Navajo, Ute, Paiute, that's our area. Buffalo are amazing. My sister and her husband took down a buffalo. And they had to cart that carcass out and everything. They got permission to hunt a buffalo. And, I have mixed feelings about that, obviously, but it was all above board. It was officially licensed and everything. That makes so much sense. You're married to a Navajo man. Laundra. That makes from everything else that I know about you, that just makes total sense. Yeah. Yeah. I haven't been able to eat any of it. They had an ATV. They had to cart the whole carcass out. They have all these pictures and everything of it. It was a hard work to harvest it. Yeah. Happy Sunday. They're such amazing animals. They really are. And the idea, being able to see, that's the CGI I want to go look up. being able to see like the entire plains of Nebraska or something covered with buffalo herds, just like covered with buffalo herds. When we get on an open landscape like this, that's one of the first things that comes to mind. It's like, you know, oh yeah. Oh yeah. They took everything. They took the hide. They had to hurry because they couldn't get the meat out fast enough before it rotted. Because there was so much meat. You know, and watching their pictures of it, I'm like, when you hear the stories about Native Americans taking down a buffalo and having them a single buffalo, you know, give everything the tribe needs for like 2 weeks or something, you understand why. They salvage every single thing from that buffalo, and they are huge. They are huge animals. And so, yeah, there's like all kinds of other things that take it down. And yeah. So my sister, her daughter, and Lee were the only people to harvest this entire buffalo, and they couldn't do it. They had to leave a lot. They had to leave a lot of the carcass on the field. They tried so hard to get the head of the buffalo. All of the stuff that they had to do to save that buffalo, they couldn't harvest the whole buffalo. You would need an entire community. You would need like 15 people, you know? Yeah, it was just crazy. We don't need to go this fast. I'm not burning up my engine just for this. Yeah. So, yeah, but when I see these big open landscapes, I always picture like a Navajo out just looking over the plains on their horse. You know, I rode I bike packed past a woman on a beautiful horse on the Bonneville Trail. We're headed south. Yeah, so let me catch everybody up. Before the ad. You're going to have an ad in a couple minutes. So let me catch you up. I am currently going to St. George, Utah. I'm going to be doing a week-long mountain biking trip starting tomorrow at 6 a.m. I have everything in my car to live in Moab, in southern Utah. I don't know where yet, for a month. So I'm going to be spending a month in southern Utah. But yeah, for the next day, it's a supported mountain biking trip. Cost me a couple grand. And so yeah, that's what we're doing. I'm bringing all my bikepacking gear. I'm considering strongly. I still haven't decided if I'm going to stream it or not. I'm going to take my gear to stream it, but it's supposed to be 109 degrees all week. And if it is too hot and I'm slowing people down or anything, then I'm not gonna stream it. I have advanced permission to bring my batteries, and they're letting me bring my Jackery battery with me so that I can stream some amount of it. But I also don't want to overly distract from the experience for other people, right? So I'm not going to be streaming anything that's not going to be just me on the camera in the corner, or just me on the bike doing the bike part. And then I'll turn the stream up. I really don't want. In fact, I'm so on the fence about this. I've thought about not even bringing my streaming gear on this trip, and then just like completely leaving it, and just being completely associated with the people and being 100% with the people, and not distracted at all. And people come on these trips because they want to get to know other people, and they want to get away from everything. It's not necessarily because they want to have a camera in their face. And I'm feeling really conflicted about that. Yeah, just be immersed in the experience. Yeah, I think this is where I'm kind of going with this. I'm thinking of like just being immersed in it the way I used to do, and just being in the moment and not doing anything. you know, the yoga session I went to before I came here was about stillness, and I've been having a lot more of that as I've been one with, you know, the outside. I haven't been less of a desire to stream at all. Now obviously streaming like the road trips and the training and the occasional ride, you know, solo trip by myself. But when I'm going to go with a community of people that are already there, I kind of this trip into a test of my gear. But I'm feeling less inclined to do that. The more I come down here, I thought about that on the Tour Divide as well. It's like I'll probably bring my Starlink on Tour Divide, but I am not going to be streaming it all the time. And I would feel more comfortable streaming Tour Divide than this because there's no other people on it, you know. And so the long story short, I talked during that ad. Long story short, I'm not going to stream the actual trip. I'll stream getting ready for the trip. I'll stream after the trip. I'll go on my own solo adventures and I will stream those. But I don't plan on stream. I'm not going to go too far away because it's really, really bad heat, and I don't have a Garmin InReach, and I can't trust the Starlink. It's already let me down once. I can't trust the Starlink as a method of communication in an emergency. So I will be hanging around in St. George, and we'll be visiting things, stuff like that. But during the trip, I'm not gonna stream it. I've just decided, just like now. Yeah, I won't have to worry about the tech issues. I'm starting to think about bringing the Starlink as kind of a way to like regroup and check in with everybody and say, okay, this is what I did today. Here's some music. I mean, here's some photos or whatever. But not on this trip, but like on other trips. Because here's the thing, I'm only going to carry one extra battery in a Starlink. That's it. I'm not going to. And that's barely 3 hours of Starlink. And because I can't afford to put more weight on the bike. Not for those kind of things anyway. So I mean, I'll take my phone, I'll take a lot of pictures. Yeah, Instagram. People do all of that. I'm going to do a lot of Instagram. I'm going to do a lot of little videos. That's what everybody else in the world does. They just take their phone, then they just take cameras and pictures and stuff. I only brought the one GoPro. Yeah, I just think it would be better. Whoops, I'm sorry, wandering. I'm trying to set my why isn't it working? Oh, there we go. My auto driver died. I was like, what's going on? Who is it? Land shark. Who? Land shark. Jimmy, is this you again? Starlink battery swapping. Swapping new Starlink battery. Should take a while. Swapping in new Starlink battery. It should take a bit. God, my new system is so good though. My new system for battery swapping is really good. Assuming I have batteries. That one's dead. This one's got some left. The signal's gonna be sketch until this comes back. It's only as good as the modem is right now until I get Starlink back. What is the bike ride called? The bike ride is... It doesn't have a name. It's Bryce Canyon to Zion's. You can actually look it up. If you guys want to look up the trip I'm doing. Actually, Bellum, if you're still there, if you could post that, that'd be nice. Is everything okay or no? Looks like it is. Looks like it came back. Hey, there's another Subaru with a yak rack, just like me. Everyone's going to southern Utah for the week of vacation. Oh, you found it. Nice. Yep, that's the one. That's definitely it. And Ashley is leading it. I don't know how comfortable I am with you. It's 123 miles to go. Okay. I don't know how comfortable you guys are meeting her, or how comfortable she is meeting you. But yeah, we're gonna go ahead and meet Ashley. Ashley's one of the coolest people I've ever met. Hands down, she's got to be in my top 10 coolest people I've ever met. Dude, she has no fear. She's living the life. She's just taking life by the horns and just living life on her own terms from a very early age. From in her 20s. In her 20s she did it. You know how much courage it takes to do that? It's just amazing to me. I should tell her the Ashley Pizza story. I haven't told her that story yet. By the end of the trip, maybe we'll be close enough I can tell her that story. She'll be like, yeah, that was me actually. I've been silently lurking on your stream since 2000. That would be so funny. For those of you who don't know the backstory, I'll fill you in, okay? So, and was it 20... No, it was last year. God, it's been just that long? So, like, last year, I broke up with Doris, and I was really sad and weepy and all that. And around that time, out of nowhere, a pizza showed up on my doorstep. And I know about it because my single female neighbor which is still possible. I'm still trying to figure that out. So there's this neighbor of mine, this single female neighbor, who knocked on my door during that time. This is while I was live streaming a lot and I was biking a lot. So there was a bunch of, you know, God, my Subaru is like really struggling on that hill. This is okay. I'm definitely not going. I'm gonna definitely tow my car. Oh shit. Oh boy, they're going really slow. All right, I've just realized my car does not have the power to be fully loaded with all my gear and to also pull a trailer up the mountains across the country. I'm gonna have to rent a van, which I'm kind of glad I figured that out, because now I can leave my bike on the rack. I don't have to do anything. It's gonna cost me more money, but oh well. Anyway, I'm learning things about my car here. Forgive me. So yeah, let me finish the story. So yeah, my car was really struggling right there, and I don't have anything on it. So I mean, it wasn't struggling, it was doing fine. It's 80 miles an hour. It can't push 80 miles an hour up a hill. Okay, sorry Subi, I didn't mean to offend you. Anyway, so this single woman neighbor knocks on my door and she says, hey, you got a pizza? And I'm like, oh, I have a pizza. She goes, I saw it's been there for a little bit. I just wanted to know. And it was still hot. She goes, it's been there for a bit. I just want to make sure you saw it. And nobody had texted me. Nobody had said anything to me. I had no notification that I had a pizza on my doorstep, and except for this knock. So I open the door and I get this pizza. It was this wonderful pizza. It must have been delivered wrong by DoorDash. That's the best we can figure. But on the receipt, it said the name on it was Ashley. And by the way, it's not spelled the same way as the Ashley we're going to visit. It was Ashleigh. That was the spelling of the name on the receipt. And to tell you the truth, I don't remember the name of my neighbor. I doubt it was Ashley. If it was Ashley, I feel really bad because, ooh, what's going on? There's a wildfire down here. You can see the smoke. It's either a dust storm or a wildfire. Can you see that down there? And so, I ate the pizza and everybody was like, who's Ashley? Yeah, receipts can have correct spelling. Yeah, because they just called it in, right? And by the way, why would you pick Ashleigh as a spelling if it was just called in? But I just don't know. Maybe it was DoorDash. Maybe it was the Pizza Hut app. You know what I mean? But if it was the Pizza Hut app, then it would have been the delivery person who was wrong. I mean, the mystery of Ashley remains. Nobody knows who Ashley is or was. We don't know. There's a million things it could be. So conspiracy theories abound. Yeah, conspiracy theories abound as to how this happened. Was it my neighbor who pretended to be Ashley, who knew I was sad because she could hear me screaming and crying in my apartment and streaming about it? Was she secretly watching my live stream? Was it any number of people that were watching my live streams when I was totally melting down in front of everybody? Like, I deleted all those videos, but I was like a complete basket case for everybody to see. Completely destroyed my relationship with Doris because it was all live. And I mean, I still don't think she's forgiven me for that, because I know I'm a very live person and I just kind of collapsed, you know, in front of everybody. And so yeah, it was pretty interesting. And nobody knows what the mystery of Ashley. It could have been just a wrong delivery, delivered to the wrong address. There was no address on the receipt, if I remember right. So yeah, I mean, any number of things could have gone wrong. It could have been some random soul who was taking pity on me and just sending me her pizza. You know, I just to this day I don't know who it was. So I keep getting texts from people. I got another one. I got 2 texts in a row saying I have a trip coming up tomorrow at 7:30. This same company has been trying to get me to buy more trips, and I'm like, those look really fun. My dad and I were talking about this the other day. We're like, what one would you do? Would you rather take 45 days and bike from Canada to Mexico in one big huge run, secret, and going kind of fast, as fast as you can? Or would you rather use that money and do multiple fully catered, fully supported group rides with people? And I gotta tell you, this trip might actually be the deciding factor. They have a Great Divide mountain bike route that you can pay Adventure Cycling Magazine to go on. And it's fully supported, and it has all of these other people on it with you that are with you the entire time. People that, this is how lifelong friendships are formed. I remember there were people who wrote poems about me when I was a river guide, because you get this very intimate time with them for these week-long tours, right? It's another reason I like to do like yoga retreats, to go to yoga teacher training, because you get to really, really know these people. That's got to be a fire. Can you guys see that in the distance? Yeah. So, I've been thinking that I want to do this big, long, awesome trip, right? But I don't know. I'm not so sure I do want to do that. There is a supported adventure cycling ride. Wildfire smoke. Yeah, there's a fire down here. Which one is it, though? I don't think it's going to change our route at all, but I just wonder which fire it is. That's not the bottom. There's been several fires. Is this the big, big, big one? It's like the biggest fire in history, in Utah history. I think we're coming up on it. God, look at this scene. Look at this scenery right here. It's so amazing. I tell you what, this trip is really going to solidify that decision. I've said over and over and over again that I like to ride my bike. I don't like to slog through long miles where it's kind of like a torture. Is that an antelope? Yeah, it is. It's a deer. Like an actual deer we just passed. Oh, it smells like burning wood. Yeah. There's my car doing that again. It's because it's trying to go 80 miles an hour. I'm like, I don't really need you to go 80. It's just a recommendation. God, look at the vistas now. Hey, you guys remember when we were in Logan? Look at how much different it looks now. Super hardy plants. I think I lost Mike. No, I didn't. It's still on. I'm gonna lose it here pretty soon, though. Can you guys identify the wildfire and see which one it is? Hey, we're coming into Beaver. Sweet Beaver. St. George is 1 hour, 26 minutes away. St. George looks like it's exactly 1 gas tank away from Salt Lake. It's that's the Cottonwood Fire? Oh my God, this is the one. This is the one. This is the biggest wildfire in Utah history. I had no idea it was down here. I wonder if it's going to affect our route. I doubt it, because there's not a lot of stuff to burn on the route. Isn't it? Did they finally get it contained? I was following it for a long time. Yeah, there's a bunch of big ones down here. Dude, it's almost like a fog. Oh man, I hope this doesn't mess with... Should I put it's 42% contained? That means it's not going to burn St. George down. Thank God. I do wonder if I should put my mask on. I probably should. I brought a mask for this kind of stuff. Like out here in the dusty desert, not having a mask is bad. I have a mask in North Carolina for different reasons. You know? In North Carolina, it's because of pollen. It's just insane. I've gone on bike rides, and my mask has been covered with yellow pollen by the time I got back. In North Carolina. There's so much pollen in North Carolina. Desert dust and ice too. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, I have that many times. I brought my other glasses, and I'm deliberately not wearing contacts. I have the transitions lenses. I brought 2 lenses with me on this trip. I have the, you know, like the Doc, you know, Doc Brown, the Doc Brown Back from the Future crazy sunglasses. You know, that are for ultimate. They're like the highest possible protection against sun. Yeah, I'm definitely wearing a mask on my trip. Not that, but I also need it because my lips. So my lips are a mess right now. It's really, really kind of gross looking. The last three bike trips I've made have just decimated my lips. My lips are all sunburned and cracked and bleeding. I went to go eat a chicken sandwich and I'm like bleeding all over my straw. So I actually might wear a face mask just for that, because I need to reduce the sun exposure on my lower face. I have chapstick. Chapstick doesn't do it. I'm telling you, it doesn't. It's also the UV. I mean, and they have chapstick that's got, you know, UV in it. Which, by the way, when we get to St. George, remind me to buy some 50. I have 30 SPF, but we're going to spend all day, every day in 100-degree weather with max UV. And I have a sun shirt, but my feet will get completely baked. So I've got to... My feet generally don't get sunburned because I usually have a coat of dust on them that protects them from the sun, which is like the ancient Indian sunscreen. The Native American sunscreen, rub mud all over your body. It works. Yeah, I have sunshirt and a hat. I have sunshirt and a hat, and I'm going to wear my helmet. Yeah. My biggest problem with my helmet is that with my hat is if I'm leaning over at all, I can't see the vistas, and so I prop the brim up and end up sunburning my nose. I do that all the time because I want to see stuff. You get really dark me outside. I bet you did. Yeah, I got as dark as a blonde Scandinavian can get without becoming like... There's huge patches of my body, though, that just don't tan anymore. My skin's like, no, I'm too tired to tan. Yeah, I'm definitely not going to stream. You know why? My sun shirt without when I put my pack on with the sun shirt, it's fine, you know, and I love doing it. But without the pack on, oh my God, it's absolutely glorious. Because your sun shirt just flaps in the wind and evaporates all the, you know, you really kind of start to understand how people who live in Saudi Arabia and places like that are able to wear these ultra thin baggy clothes and just be so comfortable, because they're basically wearing shade with them. Anywhere they go, they're carrying their own shade with them. It's like their own personal tree. You know, if you know how to dress right for it, you're kind of okay. I do have a limit though. I am not going to put like, I don't know. I don't even want to say it because it sounds judgmental. I do have a limit. Let's put it that way. Yeah, I'm gonna have to unpack all my bikepacking stuff, because part of this was gonna be, I was gonna test what it's like to bike pack, and I don't need to do that on this trip. I can do that on the next trip. Hell, I'm not even going to have to carry water. I'll carry water in my water bottles, but we're going to have a sag wagon, so I'm not going to have, you know, water with me. It's one of the best parts about doing a supported trip. Hey Pimp, welcome. I'm already going to be the oldest guy on this trip. I can already tell you. So I don't know if I want to slow myself down more. I don't know what the dynamics of this group are going to be, but based on my history of these kind of group rides, there starts to become sort of an unofficial pecking order. And I don't want to be the old guy who's holding everybody up. I just don't want to be that guy. You know? And at first now, I mean, the more I think about it, I think about how kind of silly it was for me to think I wanted to have this be a test of my bikepacking skills. And I was like, okay, I'm going to bring my full bike pack rig and see how hard it's going to be for me to actually do that, right? And I don't think I should do that. I think I should give myself every advantage. Because I have no idea what we're going to be riding with. And if I end up riding with a group that's really fast, you know, I'll be the slow guy. And I don't mind being the slow guy. I really don't. But if there's an option where I'm not the slow guy, don't bring any extra weight at all, right? Like literally. I'm bringing the stuff to fix my bike, the tube and everything. Especially with this kind of smoke in the air. I know. Right? I know. I think I want to make it as absolutely as easy as possible to get through this ride. I'm going to be dropping everything off the bike. I'm going to drop my tri-bars off. I'm going to drop you know, I have my ride with Jeep, my Garmin and all that. I'll keep that on, but yeah. I'm really glad I turned around on Ephraim's Grave. I would not have made it off that mountain. I have a waist pack with water in it for when we go hiking. There's several areas where we're going to go hiking, and we're going to ditch our bikes and go hike. And I wonder if we can take our water packs and store them in the car, in the sag wagon, because that way I can just carry water bottles and it'll keep the water lower, and then I won't have that thing around my waist. So peaceful though. I really love big sky. I mean, look at those clouds. That's crazy. Rice Canyon, exit 95. That's where we're going. I don't think this is our exit though.
Your route may be affected by cottonwood fire.
Ah. of these RVs you can rent. No. What's with the wispy clouds? Like, why are they wispy like that? Those tires? Yep. I wonder what tires become after like thousands of years. You know what I mean? Like that pile of tires, like after it has 1,000 years of sediment on top of it and it gets pressed down, and you think is it just turned back into petroleum? It's carbon, right? It's one of like the few places where you can be doing 80 miles an hour and it feels like you're going 10 miles an hour. Things that keep Rob awake at night. What happens to tires? Yeah, Pimp, I was all talky earlier. I was like, I got all kind of weird. This happens, you can be talking about Mormons, man. Every single time it ends up with me crying somehow. California. Yay, California. You're like, what the hell? You're from North Carolina? Like, yeah. North Carolina and Utah are really great sister states because they have really, really great mountain biking. You missed all that, yeah. It's pretty emotional. Right now I'm just, oh look, you can see it. You can see the red in the rock now. Can you see it? Can you see the change? We're starting to see red rock formations pop up. All that iron in the rock, it literally rusts. The rocks literally rust. That's why they're red. So I remember anyway. I should probably ask. I'm gonna ask my AI. Why are rocks red in southern Utah?
The rocks down there are showing off their iron content. Basically, they're rusty, but in a sexy way. The iron minerals oxidized over millions of years, giving those rocks that rich, red-hot look. So when you're admiring them, you're really just looking at a natural blush from eons of sun and air. It's geologic flirting at its finest.
Okay, my AI has gotten really weird. Geologic flirting at its finest. What the hell? This segment brought to you by Amazon Prime. We're everywhere. Paragona. Paragona approacheth. Electrolytes. What? I'm doing 80. They got to be doing 90. I guess you're in a hurry. Did you see that dead Subaru? It was very sad. Dead Subaru. Horsies. Well, I forgot about Cedar City. I forgot it was on the way. Cedar City's nice too. Yeah. Cows. I'm not tired. I'm just still. The best cinnamon rolls in the West. gas is more expensive down here by a lot. It's 50 cents more a gallon here. Light change? Yeah, it finally died. Let me charge it up. Downside of the mics the mini mics, is that you can't plug them in. So normally when I'm in a car like this, I'll plug my mic in when I'm in the car so that it's permanently charging. The DJI, the original mic does that, but you can't. Mic minis don't do that. Sorry. Gas. That they can get so big off of the diet that they eat. Like a bug on the Jetsons. This person wants to go faster than I do, so I better go faster. Isn't this thing weird? What the hell is it? Oh, it's a Prius. No, it's not. What the hell is it? So, Maria. There's a bunny. There's a bunny. Bunny. Bunny sighting.
Fuck out the way.
What was that? Couldn't hear you. Dude, you're in a hurry to get to a red light?
You better get out. You better follow the rules of the road.
The rule, it keeps yelling at me to stay off the sidewalk, my dude. Try on a trade. Avoid the sidewalk. Avoid assholes who don't want you to be on the road.
Like when you're on a laptop, if you need to use the mouse, it's like this. That's my interaction. I don't have to use the touchpad at all. I do that all the time. That's my favorite interaction with a laptop. Again, I hate laptops, but that's my interaction with a laptop. Yeah, that's your Lenovo. I'll take care of you. The nipple. I can never think of it the same way again. Why would you say that? Why would you say that? I'm never going to be able to... I'm going to feel dirty every time I touch the thing now. Why would you say that? Why would you scar all of our brains with that image? I'm in no hurry, people. Maybe you are, but I'm not. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. There we go. The Kubernetes project, tons of other projects have done their own thing with JSON because it's such shit. And you can't submit an error on it because it's been so coded that way. You'll break all the backward compatibility stuff that's already been written. So you just have to deal with that shit because it was written so poorly. I mean, not even minimal testing. You think that they would have done like really serious consistency testing on something as important as the fucking JSON marshalling and reflection library. That should have been the most tested library in all of the standard library. And they fucked it up. Well, we don't want to write dangerous code inside of script tags and HTML, so we're going to fucking unnecessarily escape all of the angle brackets and ampersands. Who the fuck's idea with that? I want to know their names. I want names. I want to know who made that decision. That was the stupidest decision ever in that library. And if it was me, I'd call myself out. I'm not doing anything I wouldn't expect to.
John to I-15 South.
Enoch. All right, so Starlink died, and not Starlink. The Bellobox died, ran out of battery. So I'm gonna go to Love's here.
In a quarter mile, make a U-turn.
Before I got cut off, I was talking about I never run under half a tank of gas. So So they're yep. I will finish out the drive to Cedar City using modem only, but I suspect it will die before we get there. We only have about an hour left. And then
Make a U-turn.
I know she's trying to tell me to go back to Cedar so we're getting gas, and then
Continue for 6 miles.
make sure nothing's weird going on. It's only 10 o'clock. No, it's 11 o'clock.
Turn left.
Can you just stop for a second, honey? Carl's Jr. chicken sandwich sounds good. Oh, they're buying ice. I actually should get ice. I have a cooler and everything. They're from Massachusetts. Alright, y'all. I'll be back. I might be able to find my mic charger. How much we got on the cell phone? What's that stuff? Ooh, we're down to 11% on that battery. Let me see if I can dig up some other batteries too. These batteries are all dead. One battery, two battery, three batteries. I might actually get an RV spot tonight so I can spend overnight charging batteries instead of doing it at McDonald's or whatever. So yeah, I'll see you in a bit. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Did you see that? I saw it, yeah. Dude, I hope they're okay. You heard that, right? Big time accident. Yeah. Wow. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Is this an ISO standard? I'm the fucking paying for it. ISO can suck my balls. Sorry. I'm sorry, that was very inappropriate. I am sorry. I just that was very inappropriate. It just popped out. I can't I take
It's kind of minty. It's kind of minty, and I'm not high off of it yet, as far as I know. How would I even know? Oh damn, people are following me. Do not be influenced by me. I am a horrible person. Oh my God, how am I supposed to spit this out while I'm traveling at 31 kilometers per hour?
Project for Go using the GitHub command line tool. This is a more modern video than the video I previously did on getting started with Go, right? You can look up all those videos here. Start with Go. We'll show you the other one, but I'll be posting this video today sometime. Thank you. Bye.
Backed away and stuff. But yeah. And so I started a company. My wife, she encouraged me to. She goes, "You should try it." And I'm like, "That's terrifying." She's like, "No, but you have to try it. If you don't try it, it's gonna drive you crazy."
I'm scaring the shit out of these spiders right here.
Oh!
I'll take it. 5-5.
Me too, Rudy.
Look! Bye, sir.
5-6. Nice Richard.
What the hell?
That was so mean.
What the hell? Clip that shit.
Where'd it go? That was so mean.
I don't know where to put it. It's a Royal. It's probably worth $200. Yeah, that's my very first Royal typewriter that my mom had, and she gave me it to learn how to type when I was 9 years old. I did a whole video on it because that was the key to me. That symbolizes my mom solving a problem. The teachers made fun of me because my handwriting was so bad, and so my mom taught me to type at 8 or 9, and I was the only kid submitting their papers typed, and then I became the hero. So that's the entire story right there. And the teacher started showing off my work because I was the first kid to type their papers at that age. And
after you learn about the terminal shell, then we're going to learn how to code, and we'll be coding in shell, both shells, POSIX and Bash. We'll be learning to code in Perl, minimal Perl. We're not talking about massive operations. We're going to learn to code in Python, and we're going to learn to code in Go. Eventually, we'll also learn how to code in C. So those are going to be the core languages at SkillStack. We will learn web languages as well. We'll learn HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, but we will not be learning those as a primary thing. They will be secondary, and we won't hit those until after we've hit all the other languages. They are important languages, obviously, but the need that I'm seeing is more for back end engineers than front end engineers. In fact, the front end web development world right now is kind of bloated with people looking for jobs, and what a lot of them need is back end skills to supplement their. And I don't know if that's true. I don't know. It's just a rumor. But anyway, so I don't know.
That's weird. Oh, you are there. Okay. All right, we're gonna go in here and get. I mean, it is 11 o'clock. We can go ahead and eat Carl's Jr.'s. I don't know how much time I have before everything's gonna die on you guys. And my charger is in the. My charger is packed away. I have to take it out. Oh, look, here's people from church going to get gas on a Sunday. So, I'm just gonna have to tell me if you do like the fisheye thing or not. I'm guessing eventually you're gonna be like, no, I don't like the fisheye thing. Let's go order a burger, then I'll go to the restroom. We're coming up on a Love's. No shirts, no shoes, no service.
Go again. No, you don't get to move it. Oh, okay. You just get to go again.
Where's the two?
You gotta hit the twos right there.
Balls right there. Okay.
And the 9's here.
I'm just trying to eliminate the board.
Scratch you with the 8-ball, you lose. Take up. This is a fun game. I like it. This is good. What the hell?
That was right between the two. 3.
Someone clip that shit.
3.
Gordon owning the balls.
I practiced. Dang it.
Yeah. Why would you even have a place that has grass? I mean, I get how pretty it is. This is coming from a guy who did the lawn like for 25 years. Yeah. Oh yeah. Gravel. I'm getting it allied. Oh, you got Arian W. root beer too. I didn't realize. Ooh, I'm gonna go with the Nutty Buddy.
The Nutty Buddy. Okay.
Yeah.
It's gonna be $4.
All right, and actually, I'll grab a Dr. Pepper from you too, if that's okay.
All right, then it'll be $5.
Wow. A lot of these people are from outside of the United States, so they don't know about Ice Cream Man.
Oh, they've never seen an ice cream
No,
man.
so they're like, what the hell?
It sent a receipt to your cheaper.
My email?
Whatever account is RW.
Yep, that's me. We got Dr. Pepper. Is shit. I had to restart Moblin all the way. Yeah, that's where we're going.
Hurry. How's it going? What can you get? Soy Coke or regular Coke? Or would Coke Zero?
You know when I get Coke Zero.
No, what I'm saying is, when you do that, like, never mind. That makes me upset. Tell me what you. Well, never mind. I'm getting that.
We have enough food here so we can all share. I remember 30 minutes. Oh, that's a hard
Where you going? No. I can right here.
Might take a while.
Yeah, it usually does.
No, you're good. I was just going out. Okay, sorry.
No, we're just yeah. Were you ordering?
That's a double finger sorry. That's just the no lettuce? Yeah. Okay. Yes, no lettuce. Double fingers? I'm not sure about the burgers. Just ask. Yeah, I need onion for that one. Okay. And after that, one fries. Yeah. Chicken
That's how you do that.
39. That's how you do that. 40. This one's 40 right here.
Thank you.
Hi. Just got a barbecue chicken sandwich. That's all.
Just a sandwich?
Yep.
Is that for here to go?
To go.
That comes up to 8:40. That's ready for you whenever. Stay safe, bro. Well, I'm 42 for you.
Thank you. Hey, Leonard. You enjoy the tubeless tire change of CO2? Yeah, the swap over. I'm glad you watched that. That was, I was always curious about whether that was going to be of any value to anybody, but it turns out it was. So, thank you for that. A little feedback like that's always appreciated. I don't know how long ago you said that. I was kind of like unable to talk in there. Oh, these guys open at 6 a.m. Yeah. You know why it's because everyone's doing this drive-through. Oh wow, there's a bike. And a townie. Boy, is it hot already. It's already really hot. We're gonna be averaging 106 degrees every day. That's 31 degrees Celsius every day. Oh. that's where we're at. I sleep in the car. I've slept in my car every night for the past 2.5 weeks. 2 weeks. I sleep in my car now. I live in my car. I might have an apartment, but I live in the car. It's absolutely freezing in here. This is just like really, really freezing in this place. I'd rather be in the hot than the freezing cold. We're next. I'm going to be living in the car for ever now. And I'm going to be living in southern Utah for the next month, hopefully. Depends on how things go. My family's coming down the week of the 24th of July. So I'm going to hang out down here until they get here. Probably in St. George, but maybe Moab. So we'll see. Yeah, you can pay $20 for a shower. I mean, the thing about Love's, these guys have power outlets. I could come spend like a half day working in a Love's and charge up all my batteries and take a shower for $20. So in the absence of a Planet Fitness, that's probably going to be what I do. Either that or I get an RV spot an RV park. See an RV park. I gotta text my family. They have the name of a RV park that they're gonna stay at. I think I'm gonna actually stay there and then just use that as a home base. I haven't explored. I kind of want to do that. Electricity and showers out. Yeah, I'll probably just do an RV spot. Well, plus I already know the RV spot. In fact, I gotta text them. I should text my sister. Yeah, let's see.
Looks like for that way. Here's that picture.
Thank you. Oh, there's a van lifer. Let's go eat it on underneath the tree. Let's go get my water though. I don't want to go back in my car. I don't know how much battery I got left, guys. This is the last battery I have before recharge. And so then you're going to see me. I'm just going to go away. I'm going to go to Clips, and then I'm going to sign off and charge everything up, and I'll be back later today. I don't know when that's going to happen, but I don't have a lot of time. Look at the sparkles on that. She has such pretty her pretty sparkles on her jacket? Female motorcyclist. What did I order? I'll show you in a sec. Oops, wrong door. I forgot I have this door set up to not be open. I did that a while ago. I got stuff Velcro to it. Hi everybody. I'm Artivix Rob. I cracked myself up. Got the water. Don't choke, Rob. I could have grabbed my. We also don't have Starlink, guys, so there's going to be lots of clips between here and we have another hour. That guy flashed me, and so I pulled over to get gas just to make sure everything was on the car and everything. Nothing's a problem. Oh wow, there's a church. There's a church over there. Hi. Yeah, why?
It's in my way. I need to get
Oh, I'm so sorry. What do you need?
I need to get right next to the dump station.
Oh, am I in the way of the dump station?
Yep.
Oh, for your big rig. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Right here. I don't want to hit your car or anything. So,
No, I'll just get it out of the way.
yeah, sorry about that.
There was a big out rig right there. That's why I parked there.
Oh, okay.
All right. I thought he was mad at me for streaming or something. Those are Amazon Prime. They're everywhere, man. I feel bad for that guy. How long have you been waiting for him to come out? I don't know why I got all this trash. Cedar City, Utah. This is a perfect spot. Oh my god, the temperature just dropped like 20 degrees. We should be gathering geocaches while we do all this. But no. What did I order? I ordered the barbecue sourdough chicken sandwich. Because Carl's Jr.'s is closed on Sunday. This is my favorite restaurant. I hate their politics, but I love their chicken. Carl's Jr.'s chicken burgers are not as good. They're not bad, but question is, should I take my teeth out to eat this or not? I think I'm gonna. Don't look. You listen to the story of Laban? I'm sorry I got all emotional. Yeah, I did. I'm sure a lot of people stopped watching it. Mormons especially. Schlappe. I mean, you can't travel through Utah and look at everything without talking about Mormon history. It's impossible.
I have my own personal Mormon history. You know, my ancestors were polygamous pioneers. I really love Utah. I do. I love it. It's very unique, though. I pretty much live for chicken burgers, and I don't know why I call it a chicken burger, right? Chicken sandwiches. Dave always saying, why don't you call it a chicken burger? I was like, I've never heard that. I'll tell you something. Carl's Jr.'s chicken is stringy. Yeah. It doesn't bite off easily. I guess because they nuke it. Carl's Jr. is just not like that. I mean, the other one. Look at that thing, man. Big old fifth wheel. I don't understand why people like those things. I gotta talk to my cousin, my brother-in-law. Kelly, my brother-in-law, I'm gonna meet him on the 24th down here in Bryce Canyon. They're bringing a big old RV like that down here. And I absolutely love them. They're super nice people. And I legitimately want to ask him, what's the appeal? Like, I don't get it. Maybe if I did it, I would like it. It takes so much effort to bring one of those anywhere. Money, gas, everything. Not to mention the overall cost of the thing. So I legitimately want to know, why are people so into it? Americans, especially in the West, are obsessed with those huge trailers. I mean, they put their lives in jeopardy. I've told you, I've seen 3 of them flipped. 3 of them. One was on fire. Crossing the country. We're going to see a lot more. I predict before the end of next year, we'll see another one of those that's flipped on the side of the highway. Last night we passed one that had a trailer behind the trailer. It had an ATV on it, and it was like swinging all the way back and forth. Here comes the Amazon Prime guy. Do they have a locker here? I need to know this. If Love's has Amazon Prime lockers, then I can use that in my nomadic journey. Because, you know what I mean? A big part of being nomadic is trying to get deliveries. A lot of people, they'll go... I've watched a lot of YouTubers, and they'll go to a town and they'll have to spend like 2 weeks in the town while all their stuff comes in. And then they order all their stuff from Amazon Prime and have it sent to a locker that's near where they're staying.
And then they'll get all their stuff, make sure they have it all, and then they'll go to the next spot. See, that guy's messing with something with his RV. But do you know what my dump is? Pour my piss bottle out on the side of the road. That's my dump. If you must know. But attic by choice? Oh, hell yeah. Absolutely nomadic by choice. My overwhelming choice. I still make a lot of money. I just work 100% remotely. Here's a really crazy thing. I'm like shaking my teeth at you. I actually work better for my car. Yep. I know, when people say nomad, they think, oh, is that just code for unemployed? No, it's not. I have a very, very, very good 6-figure salary. Well, I'm probably looking at a $25,000 bonus next year. I make great, 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 great money. And yet I choose to live with nothing but what I can fit in my Subaru, and I've never ever been happier. The really great thing is because I'm making so much money and I'm living so minimally, I can pretty much do whatever I think about. Like, I want to stay in a $200 hotel, great. I can do it. I'm still recovering from some debt, but for the business, but it's totally manageable. I started a business in 2013, ended in 2020. I'm still paying some debt on that business I started. Other than that, I have zero debt. Car's paid off. No house, no mortgage. Nice bonus. Nice. Sleepy. Sleepy, I'm so happy for you. Seriously, I legit am. Anybody that gets a bonus at work is lucky enough to get one. It's wonderful, isn't it? It got hot in here fast. People are like, how are you going to live in there? I'll tell you how. Fans. Secret to living in your car in 100 degree weather is fans. If your fan dies, you got to go to a hotel, which I can. Code for life coach. Without a digital nomad. I refuse to use the term anymore. I won't even use the term anymore. I'm sorry if I sounded a little bit braggy there. I didn't mean to. I definitely sounded braggy. I'm just trying to tell. I guess I'm just really proud of the fact that, you know, that I can still have a really, 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 really great job and be a nomad. There are so many people where those are mutually exclusive. People think, you know, they have to be a life coach, which is code for unemployed. In Bali. Sorry, okay, I told you guys it's gonna be sketch because I don't have Starlink anymore. Charlie died. So there.
Head toward I-15
Oh
business
God,
loop, then
that's
turn
very
left
loud.
onto I-15 business loop.
Alright, according to her, I have 47 minutes left. Hey, look, jet skis. They must be going someplace with water.
At the light, turn left onto I-15 business loop.
So many people's hobbies.
Go past this light, then, at the next one, turn left onto the I-15 South Ramp to St. George, Las Vegas.
Yeah. So many people have hobbies like those Sea-Doos. Those are not cheap.
you know, I was getting, you know, a little bit of good-natured ribbing because I paid $5,000 for my mountain bike. And I mean, I challenge you to look at the people's
At the light, turn left onto the I-15
hobbies
South ramp.
that we will pass on the highway, right? Including my buddy who wasn't able to do his vacation this year because there's no water
Continue on I-15 South for 54 miles.
in Lake Powell. Lake Powell's got so low water they had to close it down. So he rents a timeshare houseboat, can't even use it because there's no water. And he has a boat and multiple jet skis, and you know, he's a surgeon and everything. I love the dude. I miss him. I was gonna stop and see him in Salt Lake before this trip, but didn't have time. So I'm setting up there you go. Sorry, it's kind of loud. My mic's dead, so. But you'll see your hobbies are not cheap either. People's hobbies are extremely expensive. Hey, you know how you can pay for your expensive hobby? Live in your car. Not everybody wants to do that. Not everybody wants to give up all of their family and live in their car. There are some families who do it. They do the van thing. And you know, I'm 58. I'm close to retirement. My kids are all happy. My mom and dad are happy as they can be. My brothers and sisters are not happy. They're going through their different stages of happy and unhappy, but I have 7 brothers and sisters. You know, and as much as I love them, I can't be worried about them. So, you know, I only have one life, and I have to decide how to live it. And, you know, people don't want to go out of their comfort zone. Do you know what they found was the #1 thing that added to longevity? Oh, here's the Cedar City Temple. Can you see it? There's another temple coming up, the Mormon temple. It's on the hill there. I think is that the Heber City Temple? Cedar City Temple. Cedar City has a huge Shakespearean festival every year. I remember. I haven't never been to it. I wonder if we could go to it on the way back. I wonder what date it is. A lot of these desert towns have a really big art scene. You know, Marfa, Texas, for example, is one of the hottest art residencies you can ever do. Marfa, Texas. We got another Amazon truck right in front of us. But yeah, they found that people who leave their comfort zone stay happy and alive longer, and they're happier longer. My mountain biking hobby is like really cheap. My paddleboarding hobby was really cheap. Climbing is also cheap. It takes a little bit of money to get into it, but once you're into it, my sports, my hobbies, the thing that makes them cost money is when you go on trips with other people. How much does an entry-level boat cost?
A small entry-level boat, like a simple aluminum fishing boat, might set you back around $5,000 to $10,000, depending on size and features. If you're thinking something that lets you cruise around and impress onlookers, well, you're gonna need a bigger wallet.
How much for an entry-level ski boat?
For a basic new ski boat, you're likely starting in the ballpark of $30,000 to $50,000. You'll get the thrill of cutting wakes, but your wallet might feel like it just face-planted off the skis. Let's just say entry-level still comes with a splash.
How much does all the gear cost to go water skiing?
The basics, like a decent pair of water skis, a life jacket, and a tow rope, can run you around a few $100 total. But as soon as you start adding wetsuits, gloves, and fancy gear, you might find that staying dry might have saved you more than just face plants.
And you have to buy a trailer. How much is that?
A basic boat trailer will probably run you around $1,500 to $3,000, depending on the size. So you're not just towing a boat, you're towing a bit more out of your wallet.
And you have to get a truck, of course. How much is a truck? An Ford F-150 that'll pull a boat?
A new Ford F-150 typically starts around $35,000 to $45,000, depending on how fancy you get. And yes, it can handle towing a boat. Just make sure your wallet doesn't sink before the boat does.
How much more is that than a new Subaru Outback?
Your Outback, depending on trim, was probably $30,000-ish new. So an F-150 can easily be $5,000 to $15,000 more. But hey, the truck might haul your boat and your sense of financial restraint all at once.
So it's kind of a wash in return in terms of like vehicle, other than you can't sleep in your Ford F-150.
Exactly. Your Outback gives you a bed on wheels, while the truck just makes sure you have room for your gear, and maybe an excuse to tell everyone you're hauling a boat, even if you're just hauling groceries.
Okay, so how much does a fifth wheel RV cost, entry level?
An entry-level fifth wheel RV will generally start around $40,000 to $60,000. But let's be real, you're not just buying a camper. You're buying a rolling love nest that'll love to roll right through your savings.
Yeah, and then you have to like power that thing up and the gas to tow the thing. I mean, I think I heard somebody say they get 2 miles per gallon towing one of those things.
If you're towing a hefty fifth wheel with a big truck, yeah, you might see single-digit miles per gallon. 2 mpg is extreme, but not unheard of. Basically, you'll be spending more time fueling up than flirting with the open road. But hey, at least you'll have a home attached to it.
There you have it. Hey, how are you? Isn't that crazy? I mean, the expenses I've spent on my biking habit are minuscule compared to the average American hobbyists. And I gotta tell you, these people don't have the money. They don't. They go into debt. They go into massive debt for this stuff. My stuff is paid off. It's just crazy to me. And look, I am stating a contrast. I'm not judging you. If you do this, more power to you. I love my friends who do it. They're great people. They have dual income. They probably got an RV finally paid off. They also cruise every year. You know, people have got different ways to entertain themselves and different hobbies and stuff. And again, look at all those. There you go. There's more RVs over there. And in America, RVing is a huge thing. We're going to see this. Like later in the winter, I'm going to go down to Quartzsite. I'm going to move down to Tucson in that area, and I'm going to go spend some time at Quartzsite, mostly in search of other Subaru dwellers. There are some down there that just live in the Subaru only, and you know, I kind of want to rub noses with them and see what they end up doing. puts so much weight on the roof. Probably better to just carry that water in the cab if you're going to use it at home. But yeah. Turns out I actually have a little bit of room in the cab here for one of those like water juggy things. Cycling and endurance sports and hiking and any of that is because the money that instead of spending money on gasoline other than to get there, you're spending money on food. because you're the engine. It's got to be one of my favorite things about my hobbies. My hobbies are all fueled by food, not gasoline and not electricity. I mean, a little bit for the streaming, but you know. I'm doing great. You accept? Is that how you say it? I'm doing fine. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Rob, and I am driving to Cedar City, where I'm going to start a supported, meaning I paid for it and they're going to provide the food and everything, mountain bike trip. Hey cows, on tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. And so I will not, to stay on this drive, I decided I will not be streaming the bike trip itself, even though I'm set up to do so. I could take my Starlink and attempt to stream remotely while on the bike tour, and because there's going to be other people on the tour, I'd rather talk to them than my live stream. So I'm not going to stream any of it. And then I'll stream after. I'll stream getting ready today, and we'll bike around town. I'm going to stream from St. George when we come back. I'm going to be living in St. George for the rest of the week. I'll be working and living in St. George. St. George and Moab, I don't know where. Probably mostly St. George. And that's it.
There are police reported ahead.
So we have 43 miles to go. At any moment, I might lose my last battery. I burned through my batteries on the way down here, so you know, just keep that in mind. I haven't quite set up my car the way I've done it in the past when I've done car trips, so that my Jackery is constantly charging, but it was kind of low before. But normally it'll constantly charge and it will power all the stuff. It'll power all the devices while we're, you know, doing everything. So that's coming. Later on, when I get my charger out, it's just not out right now, I'll be able to drive unlimited with my microphone and everything and not have to worry about charging anything. So when we do these like really long car trips, it's become pretty clear that I'm gonna at the beginning of August, I'm gonna do a cross-country America trip again, and I'm gonna pack up every last thing I own and take it back to my kids in North Carolina. Yep, hopefully you'll stay tuned if you want. It's fun having company. The more I'm out here, the more I realize I don't need company, but it's fun. met Grumpy Trucker, and I've talked to a lot of other truckers. I meet a lot of other truck streamers because I spend so much time on the road. Once upon a time, I said, God, look at these hills. I wish, God, I just cannot even capture the hills. This is the hardest part about this. There is no way any photograph is going to capture the 3D beauty that I am seeing out my window right now. It is absolutely amazing. No camera can ever capture it. I don't care how good your drone is. There's just something like as I move along, the whole 3D-ness of the landscape and the hills and the bushes and everything is just so ungodly. I mean, it's just crazy amazing. I'm trying the wide angle so that you can see more of the mountains on the sides because they're just so amazing. Makes the elevation look less dramatic, yeah. I mean, I can't get rid of wide angle unless I go, there's a couple of things I can do. But, yeah, it's really hard to know whether to do wide angle or not, right? Like, I can do this one. Kind of like zooms in somewhat. I don't feel like that's the same leaving though. Though you can't even see some of the best parts of the mountains, so I'm not doing that. Yeah, that's pretty insane, right? Which one I like better. It is, the sky is really bright. You like the other angle? The problem with that is it doesn't show. Alright, I'll go back. Let's try it. Particular angle right here, this really crops it. dinner with that. about that. They have active adult communities down here, and I don't know what that means. I need to actually go interview an active adult community. Because they say, you know, for senior living, like my age, it's time for me to start looking into that stuff. You know, I can pay money to go on the for recharge. And so then you're gonna see me, I'm just gonna go away. I'm gonna go to clips and then I'm gonna sign off and charge everything up, and I'll be back later today. I don't know when that's gonna happen, but I don't have a lot of time. Look at the sparkles on that. She has such pretty sparkles. Do you see her pretty sparkles on her jacket? Female motorcyclist. I might lose my light before I get out of this woods. Oh my God, there's a deer. There's a deer. A deer family. Oh, this is getting really freaky. Come on, light. God. I should bring a bonus light with me from now on. I'm never biking with one light again. Never. Getting food here, you know what I mean? I love giving money to local people. I would rather give money to local people than McDonald's or some shit. You know what I mean? I would rather play triple to a local place than, you know, buy a $1.30 burrito, even though I do buy a lot of burritos from Taco Bell because they're so cheap. I don't know if you know this, but I do a lot of mountain biking too. Like single track mountain biking. It's more entertaining. They have munchies at the counter? Nice. Yeah. Hot chicken or hubby. Oh, that's a hot couple that just went past. Very hot couple.
So what was that?
4-3.
4-3, okay. Yeah, we dropped out of signal range in a second.
I heard you said you're working from the car. How is that going? I tried fixing a bug once while traveling, but I couldn't focus properly. I'm used to my home desktop setup, so working from a laptop, especially from a car, is really difficult.
Oh, I concentrate better in my car than I ever have concentrated at a desk. And I am able to fully work from my laptop. I can do everything I ever needed to do from a laptop. I don't need anything besides a laptop. Most of the work I do is terminal based, so I'm just staring at a terminal the whole time anyway. I have no requirement for anything more than a laptop screen to do my job. And it's one of those reasons that, you know, getting good with the terminal and TMUX, which allows you to have multiple terminals at one, is really, really good. I concentrate better in my car than my apartment. I always have. Especially now that my passenger seat is gone. I don't know if you've seen it, but I have this luxurious office in the back with cup holders and armrests. I can put my arms on. It's the best. It's 1,000 times better than any computer chair I've ever had. I can kick my feet up on the cooler. I can grab a drink out of the cooler when I want. It's the best office I have ever had, hands down. I can concentrate better. I can live stream better. I can talk with my my coworkers better because the sound is limited, you know. And I've already overwhelmingly proven that my hotspot on my phone is enough bandwidth to do anything I ever want to do from my laptop. The only thing that I can't do is home lab. That's it. So instead of a home lab, you have to have a cloud lab, which is expensive, but most of the time, especially with AI now, you can spin up a cloud instance, do all the work you need to get done, and then take it down and you're done. So you don't have to have your home lab burning energy the whole time. When I do my home lab, everybody complained. They were like, "How are you paying for that? That would cost us $1,000 a month in the UK." And I'm like, I'm paying because I'm not doing any of that. These days, if you have a task you need to learn or do, you can spin up an entire cloud lab, do whatever you need to do, including, you know, H100 model processing, pay for it, and then get out. And yeah, you might pay several $100s for that time to use it, but it's still cheaper than the power and the hardware that you're going to have to refresh every 2 years anyway, especially in machine learning. So having a cloud lab, to me, makes much more sense than a home lab. Although having a home lab is way, way cheaper if you're getting started. If you're just getting started and you need to get good with Linux and networking and everything, it's way, way better, more accurate, and easier. So here we go. Told you, they just blew a tire. 2 of them, actually. I told you we would see one. You know how lucky they are they didn't flip? Do you have any idea how lucky they are they didn't flip that thing? I told you we would see one. Did I not say that? You blow one tire on that big, massive thing on the back of your trailer, back of your truck, and you start swerving and you flip, and you're done. They're so lucky they didn't flip that thing. And we would have been in a pileup if they had. Both the back tires were completely blown out. And they're just like little 20-somethings. They barely know how to drive the truck, let alone deal with a heavy trailer on the back of it. All right, I'm done. I'm done. It's bad enough if you blew a tire on your car while you're driving it at this speed. Let alone blowing, you know, a tire on something that you're pulling. Like that guy, there was a guy with a truck, and he was pulling a huge, monstrous, overweight fifth wheel, just like that, and he was pulling a full-size ATV Jeep, dune buggy on a trailer back on the back of that. And everybody was like, "Oh, it's fine, it can pull it." I'm like, "Yeah, but what happens when a tire blows? What happens if you get a little bit of wind?" Okay, I'm done. I'm yelling. Do I have robot voice? I hope I don't. That guy just put us all in danger. Did you see that semi swerve over to avoid it? That was crazy. The key to working in your car is you need a fan and you need a jackery, or something. You need a car battery. You need a battery that's inside of your cab, of your whatever. That's the main secret. Because then you don't have to worry about power, and you can run a fan unlimited that's regulating temperature for you. Almost every heat situation can be handled with a simple fan. If you put a fan on you in even the hottest of temperatures, and if it gets really, really hot, you can soak down a sun shirt or something, and that you just provide your own refrigeration. Managing heat is totally doable in the car. What's not manageable is extreme cold. Because then you can't touch your keyboard, your hands are too cold. I had that problem, I tested it. I tried to work from the car in sub-freezing temperature, work from a tent, and I couldn't do it. I also could not work on a laptop in a tent, because there was no fan. I couldn't power the fan up, and it got so hot that the actual metal of the Mac was like burning my hands. The computer was fine, it didn't mind being that hot. I got a super early start in my drive to southern Utah. We're catching up with all the people who started at like noon. They're like, that's because we took that big break. Yay! Yay! That was it. I saw it from the other side, but I couldn't tell if that was...
Yeah, I don't know how we're gonna limit the VIP and TTS thing.
Cool beaners.
Bills. I think we're there. Are we there yet? There's a Walmart Super Center distribution center. St. George is pretty big, but it's not big enough to have fitness. sushi house there. There's a square right there. I kind of want to go there. I already ate though. I had the chicken sandwich. St. George. Alright, I gotta find the name of the place we're going. Yeah, I'm losing power fast on everything. Somebody want to look it up? Go look up the Bryce Canyon trip that was posted and see if you can find the name of the hotel. Hey, Kiptip, how you doing? This bums Fisher and Mexican food. McDonald's, that's where I'm going to be sleeping tonight, right there. Mickey D's. I'm going to go there and charge my stuff up. When in doubt, go to McDonald's. There's also Taco Bell. Yo quiero Taco Bell. Salad spot. Well, the Pickler. Sands Motel, 1950s motel. Oh my god, it's so cute. It's so cute. Did you see that? I cannot wait to bike around this town. This is going to be so much fun to explore just by bike. Plus, it's got really good cell coverage, so we should be good. Frozen custard. I'd break ended. Yeah, we're just driving down St. George Boulevard. Ocean Buffet. Cottonwood Rust Trading Post. God, there's so many fun places to explore. Okay, we can either stay here for a month. You know, we can stay here as long as we want. Then we can go to Moab and explore. Come back to Bryce later. Art Studio. Did you see that? St. George is like it's got a big tech college and it's got a big art school. No. Yep. Best Western. Pioneer Museum, yay! Oh, what is that? Did you see that pool? It had like a waterfall. It was like Disneyland. I love this place. Oh my god, I love St. George. I really love St. George. I like maybe as much as I like Tucson. Yeah, this could be in the running for my place to go in the winter. Yeah, I could get like really good on all the trails. Come back and be a guide. St. George Psychic Reader. Yes! Yes! Oh my god, I love it down here. All the palm trees. Oh, it's awesome. Hobbytown. Oh my god, I love this. I love this town! You know what? I've driven through St. George like twice, 2 or 3 times, but I've never stopped and studied the town. Kind of like Logan. You guys remember how I had never really studied Logan, right? And all of a sudden I fell in love with it. It was like, oh my god, this town is so amazing. It really is amazing. But this place, oh my heck, we literally turned on the bike route. Wait, we gotta get our bearings straight here before I lose all my power. I'm very short to lose. I'm gonna lose all my power. Yeah. We need to stop. We need to stop somewhere. I don't know where. Is this post office? Utah Military Academy. Interesting. Okay. Oh, there's like condos down here. Boomers with ponytails. Stop sign, Roberts. That would have been ugly. That's kind of Young said, make them roads really wide. God, look at how beautiful it is there. I just can't get over how beautiful it is down here. Gotta be hot, but still really hot. Trailblazer Boulevard. Let's go to Silver Street, Trailblazer Roads. Their population? Seriously? Logan's not in the list? I'm guessing Logan has a much lower population. God, there's bike lanes everywhere. I am not kidding. Alright, we're gonna park in this guy's shade for a second. Yeah. I gotta get situated. I am really loving this town. I mean, I'm like really loving it. So, anyway. Sunny Southern California, Southern Utah. Reasons economic hub. What? 5th largest city and one of the fastest growing metropolitan areas in the United States? Are you kidding me? So far I like it way better than Tucson. And I love Tucson. Young professionals and urbanites. Park City leads for luxury and winter sports. Holiday is ideal for quiet family service. St. George is the best for warm weather and retirees. Ha! That would be me. It's like warm weather like all the time though. The thing I like about it is it's striking distance from Salt Lake. So like if I wanted to go visit family, it wouldn't be that hard, you know? So, I know I'm yelling, and I'm running out of power. We need to start thinking about the power situation. Well, we gotta find the hotel that I'm going to, though. Let me find out. I really have to find out soon. It's like super important. Yeah. Western Spirit. Yeah. It is. And look, I told you I'm not against JavaScript as a syntax. I don't like how loosey-goosey it is, but as an interpreted language, it's actually kind of nice to have a loosey-goosey language. That's why I like Perl so much. Perl is so open; it makes it for prototyping and stuff. But that's why I'm saying I don't know if that would be something I would ever combine with the needs of cloud native in any way. It's the same reason. It's the same reason that Unity script, which is JavaScript based, failed miserably for Unity, and they stuck with C#. Because it's not the tool for the job. It's not the language for the. I just don't see what job V8 anywhere in the cloud native space would do. That's an arcade. I think it's an arcade. Uh-oh. Can we do it? Can we do a drop? Oh, shit. How was that for a test? How was that for a test? That was our first drop. It's like so much bigger. Look at. Are you still there? I hope you didn't F on that. Oh, that's exactly what it sounded like. It's like an ice skating rink out here. I swear to God. It is like an ice skating rink. What? What? I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, he's talking about pooping. He's like, I think he's asking me if I want to go poop. I don't know what the hell that guy was doing. There's like some homeless dude like calling me out, and he was like squatting.
And he has a stick. He has a big ass stick. I think he wanted to go fuck. Actually, I think he was asking for a fuck. Was he asking for me to go have a fuck with him? Dude, what? Yes, we're going. Actually, Taco Bell. What the hell does that guy want? What the hell was that about? What was, seriously, what, okay. Oh, look at that. That's like the one door that opened. You know what? That you can never go back now, see? Oh, that was, did you hear that noise? Somebody sound sampled that noise. The sound of the door shutting that you can never go back to. Did you hear that sound? Like iron door reverberating. You could never come. Say, I mean, just to give you a sense of it, right? I go take a picture. Click OK. I put batteries. Save. And now there's batteries in my bin. And so now I can go search for all my things and see what things are in what bin. See, here's like the different bins.
There are great people on YouTube. They're just a lot harder to find. Using templates for notes. Why would you use templates? I use Zettelkasten for all my note taking. Yeah, I gave the links to that already if you want to follow that. And I'll do videos on that. I don't have any videos as part of the boost doesn't have any note taking.
I like these pants that they're like, I got my tight pants on. I got my tight pants on. I got my tight pants on. You seen that Will Ferrell skit? I got my tight pants. Got my tight pants on. I got my tight pants. Got my tight pants on. I don't like. And kind of getting a sense of what they do every day is really important. They don't have to be your official mentor. They can kind of be your, hey, so, you know, especially if they're live streamers. Wyoming, here we are. If they're live streamers, then you can get a sense of, you know, how they work and what they do and stuff, you know. Yeah. Every morning. But I don't feel like that's that big a deal. If you had like your daily stuff by the bed with you, and then you had your sort of semi-long-term, midterm storage for the week in the back trailer, I think that would probably be okay, right? I think that's the way to go. I think I like that the best. So far, that's my favorite van life option. The thing I like about it the most is how secure it is. So like if I am... Wink to it. No, I did not wink to her at all. No, it was not last week. I'm married, dummy. Wait, turn your lights on. God damn it. Wait, my light's not on.
The ones with the pop-ups, yes! The pop-ups! The pop-ups, yes, the pop-ups. God damn it. Those of you who don't know, we're getting ready to I'm starting, I started my training for Tour Divide next year. And I'm going to have to do a lot of training to make that, and I'm also going to live stream it. Which if I do it successfully, I'll be the first person in history to live stream it. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, so now I can click submit, and I should be able to do the rest of the instructions. Gives you this is cool. Burp is cool. I said it. There. Burp is cool. I mean, it's showing you things that are happening, and you know, and yeah, I like it. But I still think a lot.
This is my pup. This is. Sorry, batteries are dead. I'll have to charge them. See you guys later. All right, I found a good parking spot. I think my batteries are dying though. So I shall say adieu, my friends. I'm gonna go look around and see what I can find before I make further plans. Also, I'm gonna charge stuff up if this is an appropriate place. I'm gonna go do a little recon. If I had a battery, I would charge it right now, but I do not. So I cannot. But I will get all that taken care of, and I will check in with you later. I don't know. It'll probably be. I'll probably be back on within an hour. Within an hour or two, I'll probably have I'll find the other batteries and charge them up and get everything done. Yeah, because my jacker is all charged up. I can just plug from that. We have like full bars of signal, so we should be fine. But I'm going to take a break. See you later. Let's go ahead and raid. Do we raid somebody? I also want to walk around kind of like unencumbered with the camera for a bit. And just kind of get set up. Dynamite Twins, GPU Live. All day in New York City. What's GPU Live doing? Oh damn, he's doing some fun stuff. Let's rate him. Rate GPU Live. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and rate because there's lots of fun people on right now. Yeah, it'll probably be a couple hours. Yeah. I'm definitely putting up my sun chasers. I don't want my car to start baking. It will bake, boy. It will totally bake. So I'm gonna put that up right away. While we're waiting for the raid to go through, make sure you say hi to GPU Live for me. We're not gonna be driving anywhere. We're gonna be based on bike. So that's all blackens out. Bring it down here. Alright, we're gonna black you out up here too. Because we cannot have black.
The end. What a great way to go out, right?